Hello, gamers! I'm actually here now. How is everyone doing? They're kind of strong? You mean the ballistas are kind of strong? They're kind of a little bit strong. They're kind of a little bit scary. So, last time, we had no meaningful deaths. We did have a death, but we had no meaningful deaths. We had no accidental deaths. Arthur has gotten out of an abusive relationship, and we're so happy for him. Okay. Arthur, give Thunder, take Thunder, do like that. Seth, oh, the 2-use reblow, only 2 uses of reblow. In vanilla, this is one of my favorite maps. It's kind of like, okay, so like, it's kind of like this, right? Is like, I want to like this map more than I do in vanilla. And the reason is, it's conceptually really cool. However, I think Dusel being like nearly invincible kind of hurts it. It feels like it's drawing on the Thraica maps, like Chapter 12 of Thraica. Or Chapter 13 of Thraica. I mean, not Chapter 12. Chapter 13 or Chapter 9 are the 2 maps where, like, you're rushing towards units you have to save, right? But in both of those instances, they're blue units. I don't like it being green units. And FE7 does the same thing. It's also like in FE7, it's green units, and they're so weak that you need to get there immediately. And then FE8, and to an extent FE9, when it did the thing with Jeffrey, overcorrected and made them like, this unit will never die. Which makes it feel like there's just no stakes, right? We get a hero crest this map, right? I think we get a hero crest this map, I think. Just making sure... Okay, Gilliam can actually use the iron swords now, so we'll give him one. We'll give him an elixir. Yep, it's in the village by Dusel. Oh boy. That reminds me of how much I hate the Cavaliers standing on that village. Okay. I think this is good. I think we're good to start. It feels like they looked like Battle Before Dawn and tried to fix it, but they overtuned it. Yeah. It's kind of like the opposite of Battle Before Dawn in terms of its problem. They always want to run full move away from enemies, and that village tile, and it gives terrain bonuses too. Oh, I did a slight miscalculation. When I killed Joshua off, I counted deployment slots, and I forgot that I would want to bench Calm for Joshua. Oopsie. No regrets. Alright, so Cormag... Does Cormag have, like, linked AI to these guys? Does Cormag move? I know Cormag moves after a couple of turns, but will he move, like, if Tana's in range? Opinions on Colm in general? I think it's probably a worse class for him than Thief, because in Thief he has Lock Touch, but in general he would just have Great Shield, which doesn't really seem like it makes good use of his talents. I haven't tried the general build, though. I can't find second seals in this game. He moves to attack, otherwise he waits for a certain turn. The problem is the fucking Killer Lance, right? He could crit. I really don't want him to crit. 21 attack versus 8 defense? Yeah, so he kills with a crit. Alright, well, it's been real. Javelins. Yeah, we'll give him a javelin too. Okay. I guess I just have to hope that he goes north. Play Effie Midori. I played it. Oh. She leaves, right? She leaves like immediately and gets replaced by a ranger. I played Effie Midori for St. Patrick's Day for a charity stream, but, I had fun. I don't really feel like playing any more of it, TBH. Selna leaves on enemy phase turn 1, so she doesn't get an attack off, right? She won't get to do an attack. Nah, she just dips. Okay, awesome. I'm a Ford, a Ford, a Ford. You're a Ford, a Ford, a Ford. He's a Ford, a Ford, a Ford. We're a Ford, a Ford, a Ford. I wonder why I'm so sleepy. Ford, are you falling asleep? On the battlefield? What is wrong with you, man? What are you all fired up about? You're ruining my nap. Have you no... Oh, fuck, I hit the B button on the bottom of my desk by accident. Is there a support viewer? I don't think there is. Okay. Spam the chat with fake Iron Man. I'm resetting the so that I can I'm resetting so that I can view the support. So spam the chat with fake Iron Man, tainted run, all that stuff. Fake Iron Man, tainted run. But I'm a Ford, a Ford, a Ford. I want to read the support. Why am I so sleepy? Ford, are you falling asleep on the battlefield? What's wrong with you, man? What are you all fired up about? You're really ruining my nap. Do you have no sense of self-separation, do you? What is wrong with you? You lack even common sense of an infant, do you know that? You're one to talk. When you were a baby, you were planning out strategies to take over the nursery. You were still stuck up then, and you're still stuck up now. And still the ladies liked you. You leave them out of this. Women have nothing to do with it. They don't? Oh, come on. Isn't it important to have an heir to carry your standard when you're gone? Take your sister, Mia. She married into a nice Frelian family, didn't she? I'm just curious, who would ever settle for such an uptight knight as you? You ever think about that? Think you might meet her in this war? That's not what I'm here for. Of course not. But I bet you still think you're a ladies' man, huh? I know you. You're a perfect gentleman. Always nice to ladies. I remember when you were little. You were always the first to help when you saw a little girl crying. You would go up and lend a hand. I still remember how impressed I was that you would go do that. It was cool. I could never turn my back on someone in need. It's what's expected of a knight. Yeah, but you weren't a knight yet. Well, it's expected of someone who aspires to be a knight too. You've got an answer for everything. But I have to admit, you've got my respect also. You're a good guy. Wow, now you're embarrassed. Ford. Cool bug facts. Kyle can marry Cyrene and Ford can marry Vanessa. Are Cyrene and Vanessa related? Or is it just because they're Pegasuses? Okay, so is it up here? Up here, okay. I'm a Ford. Wait, could she promote? So she's level 6. Is, can she promote? Hold on. Building the fake Iron Man allegations. Wait, what? Does it work? Wait. Wait! He's level 2! He's level 2! What the fuck? 1-1 promos are real. They're not just from Oifibot anymore. Honor system, we're not gonna use that glitch. Honor system, we're not gonna use that glitch. It would be kind of epic though. But honor system, we're not using that. POV, you promoted in 0%. Very real. Many people are saying this. I didn't adjust anything with the promotos, so it must be skill systems. It's a poor craftsman that blames their tools. Jacob, if it's a skill systems problem, you should have invented skill systems too. Honestly, if skill systems so good, why no skill systems too? Just an interesting thing that we ran into, I guess. Just an interesting... Oh, I forgot to equip Ford with the lance. Damn, this is the result of this timeline. You're saying it's a skill issue? While enemy phase is playing out, I have chocolate lasagna from Olive Garden, so I'm gonna eat that, because dessert time. Mmm. It's good. It's good. That's good. That is good. Alright, so now Ephraim, Iron Lance this guy. Chocolate who? Chocolate lasagna. It's not actually like noodles and shit. It's basically a cake, but it's layered with like different flavors of chocolate making different layers, and it's shaped like a lasagna, so that's like the thing. Alright, Kyle. Go ahead and not kill. Franz. Go ahead and also not kill. Okay, what if we have Kyle do this and then Kanto? So that Ford can get the kill. Garfield. Yeah, so like a lot of places will name their like desserts. Oh damn. A lot of places will name their desserts. Like there was, when I was a young child, baby, there was this place I went that I mean, he could have like a chocolate pizza. Boom! Garcia is the best axe user on GBA! Clearly, if you hit a 54, that means that you're better than the people who don't. Okay, I would like to deadify this dude. So like, here's the problem, right? Is I want to kill this guy so that Seth can like run down forward like this. I want Seth to like... Okay. So I don't trust Archer to enemy phase here, right? But Gilliam doesn't kill. I guess we do this. Dorcas is the best non-axe lord, but best non-lord axe unit, some guy. But Hawkeye? Hawkeye wouldn't hit a 54. Hawkeye always has higher hit rates than 54, so he can't hit a 54, which makes him worse than Dorcas, who hits a 54. This is objectively proven by facts and science. I think we molder the boulder here. The FE6 in FE8 guy? Yo, I'm the guy reference? And drop you. Ross Waterwalk Erasure? OMG, the Ross Waterwalk fans crying when I tell them that a normal playthrough is not an LTC. Turn counts don't matter in normal playthroughs. You have 10 range, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so you're fine here. Is this where Cormac starts moving? He just had a little talkie time. 0 damage, Gilliam. This unit landed sub 50 So that's good. Ignore the part where he was facing sub 50. Yeah, ignore that part. Ignore that part. That part is not real. It's fake. It was made up by the liberal media to deceive you into thinking the Ross LTC is better than Gilliam. Oh, look at Ephraim. Oh, look at Ephraim go. Look at Ephraim go. God, Ephraim is such a fucking good unit. Pew! Pew! That's the sound that stabbing people makes. If you ever hear that noise, it's someone's being stabbed. Murdered, even. To anyone wondering, we're making fun of Dorcas Fan 776. I posted Dorcas propaganda on Miiverse. It's me, Joe Biden. You better watch your turn count, Jack. We've only got 10 turns. We only got 10 turns to get more donations. Not next turn, not next map, but this turn is when I want you to donate to my presidential campaign. God, those YouTube ads are so fucking annoying, by the way. They come up on YouTube Shorts all the time. Not today, not next turn, but right the fuck now. Okay, we get it. Oh, wait. Capture you. No, Gilliam! You were the chosen one! You were going to get us an iron sword! Ford! He's a Ford! Ow! Ford Gaming! He's a Ford! We do need to... Yeah, we can do it with Mulder. Okay, I'll have Seth go down here. Yeah, I'll have Seth go down here so he can, like, get the village next turn. Dorcas... Little Loco Taco. Franz, can you set up a kill for... Oh, no, that's not Dorcas. That's Garcia. Dorcas can attack his wife in Lin mode. He's a Mathis archetype. Gilliam choked. Gilliam choked so that Ford Gaming could be real. Because I'm a Ford. Garcia. Garcia can set up a kill for Kyle? Kyle? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da. And we can even capture... We cannot capture... Ooh! Actually... I was kind of hoping you would suck a little bit more. Ooh! Ephraim continues to be just a fucking hell of a unit. Just a hell of a unit. Prince Ephraim! Kyle, what's the matter? Prince Ephraim! You charged at that enemy line after you were injured, didn't you? Oh, that? It was nothing. Don't worry about it. It's not the injury I'm worried about. You're not supposed to do things like that. If I retreated at the first scratch, command will fall apart. My lord, you are the future of Renee, the commander of this army. If anything were to happen to you, morale would be shattered. We would lose this war, all because of your misplaced pride. Fine, Kyle. I'll hang back and let you and the knights lead the charge. But I don't have time to talk about this now. I'm leaving. He says he's going to stop being so reckless, but I know better. I have to stop him before he gets himself killed. Ephraim gets a boyfriend? Okay, so we'll have calm, supply, give, boop, boop. Supply, take, oh wait, no. Trade, boop, boop. Supply, give, bloop, 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 bloop. I don't think it kills him. Oh, it's 21 attack. That's an exact kill. That is an exact kill. So it's not way down. 6 AS. Okay. We can do it. Yeah, but puts him down to 3. So he's not doubled. Con of 14. And yep. How does the stat penalties for capture work? I believe they're just GBA penalties. They're not Thraica. I am a wee bit nervous, though. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Mulder dodges like a champion. Commander Cormac. Alright, this is where Cormac starts moving, right? Okay, so Seth can kill this guy. Pew! Pew! Okay. There's gonna be some cabs from back here, I think. Supply. Give. Bloop. Trade. Plop. We get a torch staff. Bada bada boom. Bada bada bing. Go there. Okay, you heal. Cormag is a groovin' now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We get the Cormag Gaming online. Capture. You cannot capture? Alright, well I guess we'll go Bluco Blanco. Ooh. Okay, Bluco Blanco. So the flyers are more or less busted in the Land of Leaf? I would say less, because with dismounting, they're like only really useful on indoor maps. Or, sorry, on outdoor maps. So they can't really, like, over-centralize the entire game. I think Thraica did actually a very good job of, balancing the various mounted classes and making them feel good, but not so centralizing as they are in, like, GBA. So now Tana can recruit Cormag. I'm in this weird camp of being the lowest on Cormag while still thinking he's good. I feel like I have been pushing you higher and higher on Cormag. He's just got really, really good base stats, and his speed is good enough for the enemy quality of Sacred Stones, is the biggest thing. He can very easily just insta-promote and then, like, stomp. Okay, so you recruit me a Cormag. The other really good thing about Cormag is he's gonna be Archer's boyfriend. Archer's rebound after Joshua mysteriously disappeared in the Tower of Valny, never to be seen again, accompanied by Gilliam and no one else. Okay, we'll have Ephraim do this. Admitting to manipulation on stream. I wouldn't call it manipulation. I'm just pushing the Cormag propaganda. Because he's a phenomenal unit. Like, truly phenomenal. Okay, so if we have you lightening it up, is Gilliam dead too? Does this look like a dead man to you? Gilliam just went into the tower with Joshua, and Joshua didn't come out. And there's nothing suspicious about it. There's nothing, there's no truth to any anti-Gilliam rumors you might hear. They're all lies. I didn't even know he was deployed. I got paid to deploy him for, like 3 maps, using the deploy this unit, force deploy incentive. And then I just decided to use him the whole fucking time. I gave him the first Night Crest. He's awesome. Ford's getting the second one, by the way. Haters beware. That could have been a little bit scary. 1% crit. Joshua went to the promised land in a bad independent movie. Fuck! Oh, God! At least this means he'll elixir. This means he'll elixir, which is good. We want that from him. And he's not going to the village. Alright, here's them now. Alright, so first things first. Let's get you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He should be able to Super Kanto there then, yeah? Oh, hey, Marissa. Go there. Do this. Joshua and the Promised Land is an actual movie. That's kind of interesting. I did not know that. Okay, okay, if you do this. Oh, Ada! Perfect, perfect. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody say hi to the good unit in the village. Robin caught calling a unit who isn't Boyd good. Proof. Everyone observe. Is loot in the village? I went over this last stream, but I'm a believer in loot. I'm a believer in loot. I think loot and Arthur are, like, very, very close to each other in terms of viability in vanilla. But in this, because of how cracked light magic is, Archer's better. Am I supposed to think Boyd is the only good unit? Robin is a professional Boyd hater. For anyone who isn't aware, Robin just, like, spends all day thinking about how much they hate Boyd. To be fair, loot can gain light magic in, what, 8 levels? Yeah, but didn't have it at base. And the thing is, you kind of got to choose one of them to like, invest in for the early guiding ring. In vanilla, you're choosing between C-rank Stabs and Slayer versus a horse. And a better weapon type. I believed in loot until she got Joshua in both of my first playthroughs. I mean, Arthur also would have gotten Joshua, though. They're both incredibly frail. I think a large amount of the loot, the anti-loot sentiment, is a combination of LTC brain rot, where, like, people will cite LTCs for why units are good or bad in non-LTC playthroughs. Archer, to be clear, Archer is significantly better than loot in LTC because the C-rank Stabs is actually important, but outside of LTCs, both of them are gonna hit warp by chapter 15, like almost certainly. Weapon rank does not build slowly in Sacred Stones. Loot's advantage is the horse. I also think some people, like, overhype Slayer. It's decent in endgame, especially. Like, endgame, I mean, like, the last 4 or 5 maps, when the majority of enemies are monsters. But doubling and hitting on resistance, which both Archer and Loot will be doing, is usually good enough. The main appeal of Slayer is how it interacts with Purge, specifically, to make your siege weapons significantly stronger. But other than that, like, Luke can kill stuff with Hellfire. Do this. So we've basically beat the game. Beat the lap now, right? Luke can solo Erica's map you get Cormag on. Yeah, probably. Okay, so we gotta... I guess, like, the concern is these guys right here are a little bit of a problem. Warp on a horse is a funny unit. Yeah. Yeah, they're both hitting warp on time. Almost, like, they're both in most situations going to hit warp on time, whatever we define on time as. Okay, Does anyone reach down here? Just the Ballista, right? Yeah. So if you, like, go here, then you're fine. You bait the Ballista. The shops have some funny stuff for sale. Supply, give a javelin and go here. Okay, so that's that taken care of. Cormag, go here, do this. I'll check the shops next turn. I do kind of need to, like, make full use of my action economy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is safe. Oh, fuck! He moves. It's 11 tiles I need to count for. I mean, like, I have the action economy to do it, but... obnoxious. Okay. Let's see... I'm a Ford, a Ford, a Ford! I'm a Ford, a Ford, a Ford! The boats move? Yeah, I always forget, but they do move 1 tile per turn. Oh, oops. Do this. Boom. Easy, easy. Looks a little bit dicey. Nah. We just do Garcia gaming. See? It's fine. Nobody is in any trouble ever. Time for some more chocolate lasagna. This is good. This chocolate lasagna is very good. Very good chocolate lasagna. Did Joshua get canceled? So 2 days ago I released a video on my channel about Joshua. And that explains the situation of his absence. He is on the list of people who gave birth to a Fire Emblem protagonist. Holy mackerel, that's a lot of damage. Joshua lost a bet. I'm just saying, you shouldn't trust people on the battlefield. You shouldn't trust people on the battlefield. That's what I learned from the Joshua support. Are there any meme builds for Veil? Are you using DLC or no DLC? I'm a Ford. I'm a Ford. Has Ford ever failed to capture with his iconic steel lance? I don't think so. Speed and strength? Why do people think this unit is bad? Why do people think this unit is bad? The woke moralists would lead you to believe that Ford is bad. But true American gamers know. Ford was built tough. Built Ford tough. I think we just go Slim Lance. Probably Mecha Brain Rot. So many bad takes on Fire Emblem are because, like, random YouTubers said it. And, like, 80% of the time that YouTuber's mecha. Granted, like, Ford is definitely the worst of the three Cavaliers. But he's still a Sacred Stones Cavalier. He's not even that much worse than Kyle. Damn, that's actually so tragic right there. Voog kills. Okay, we kill Voog. Ford is not reliable? What do you mean Ford is not reliable? What's, okay. 40% skill. He has a higher skill growth than Kyle. I don't know their bases off the top of my head. But, like, I suspect he has better hit rates than Kyle on average. Chapter 5X gives a very bad first impression for the Christmas Cavaliers. Because they're stuck with steel lances? But, like, I don't think they actually usually have, like, bad hit rates. It's just that Steel Lance is a really shit weapon. Ford is reliable, but Ford ain't? Oh! The truck brand! I was confused. I misunderstood what you were saying. Sorry. I don't know cars. I just know that the brand name Ford sounds like the unit name Ford, which is entirely what I'm basing this off of. You can probably afford to rescue Archer. You all have elixirs, right? Yeah, so you're all fine. So we'll go here. Okay, so you have 18, 3. Cool. Speed of 10. Cool. Yoink. I've driven nothing but Fords. I drive a Ford, actually, right now. I used to drive a Prius, and now I drive a Ford C-Max. And it hasn't really given me any problems, TBH. Ford has a 5-hit lead, 2 skill, and 1 luck. Their bases are basically the same. Yeah, their bases are basically the same. Kyle is a level lower, which is, like, the big advantage he has, is, like, if their bases are basically the same, the one who's a lower level is, like, better, or whatever. I think he's also, like, slightly ahead in a couple of important stats. Like, I think it's kind of like a Kent Sane situation, with the exception of the fact that, like, in the case of Kent Sane, Kent really is just, like, real fucking mediocre. Okay, they still can't team up. This is a little bit dicey, TBH. And can we drop? Okay, if we do this... Go up here. Go there. Do this. I'll take Kyle's +2 strength, +10% strength growth over Ford's +1 speed, 5% speed. Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not trying to say that Ford is better than Kyle. I do believe that of the 3 unpromoted Cavaliers, like, he's the worst. He's better than Amelia, but, like, that doesn't fucking count. Like, that doesn't count. But at the same time, the amount of, like, God, Ford is trash stuff, like, people shit on Ford way more than they shit on Kent, and, like, Kent is worse, and even Kent doesn't deserve the level of shit that Ford gets. Do this. Amelia is born in general anyway. True. I don't know if anyone has ever said this controversial statement yet on the internet.com. But I'm beginning to think Seth is pretty good. Wait a minute. Did you just do a big brain? Oh, you're so big brain. You're so big brain. Holy shit. So because this guy went down, right? Now, the only soldiers who are hit by both ballistas, we can rescue them. We can have Seth and Dozla can rescue the two little horsies. Oh my god, you're so awesome! Now, none of the horsies die! Lowen has better defense than the Christmas Cavaliers. So, the biggest thing about Lowen, and if you're unfamiliar with, like, the modern FE7 meta, because it has evolved a lot in the last 5 years, I would look at Eat Your Greens' video called Lowen, the Most Enough Unit, I think it's what it's called. It really goes over what like the strengths of Lowen compared to the Christmas Cavaliers. Because a big thing about FE7, right? A lot of its meta and the reason certain units are good or bad doesn't actually have much to do with, like, the performance of the units themselves. It's weird. So much of the FE7 meta is influenced by how weak the enemies you face are, and how that limits your, the most unglamorous good unit. It's a very good video. So Hector hard mode has the same experience formula as FE6 and FE8 hard modes, but because the enemies are so much weaker, you gain so much less experience, which is like the biggest deciding factor on units that otherwise would be pretty good. So the Christmas Cavaliers without Lin mode. With Lin mode, it's a different story. Without Lin mode, the Christmas Cavaliers start at a level disadvantage from Lowen that is not impossible, but very, very difficult to crawl your way out of, right? The biggest example is obviously Lowen versus the Christmas Cavaliers, but it happens with a lot of other units who are competing for spots on your team. So, Urk and Lucius, again, no Lin mode, start at a much, much lower level than Canas. And common wisdom is like Canas, Urk, and Lucius are kind of all the same, because if you do the math with their magic stats and the weapons they're using, they're actually having the same damage output. And potentially you could argue Lucius is better because C rank stabs. But realistically, Canas is the only one who promotes in a reasonable amount of time, just because of how slowly you gain experience. And so while on average, if they're the same level, these units will perform similar. In practice, if they're being given the same amount of kills and stuff, Canas just is so much better because of how slowly you gain experience. There's also a lot of dark mages early on. Yeah, that's the other argument for Lucius, but he joins at functionally the same time as Canas, because you have to send Raven to recruit him on his map, so like it might as well be the same time. And if you didn't do Lin mode, Canas has what, like a 6th level advantage over Lucius? It's something ridiculous. Canas is very close to promotion. And you want to do it as quickly as possible because role compression is a big deal in FE7 Hector hard mode because of how few deployment slots you have. If someone can fill multiple roles, then you want them to. And promoting Canas early means he can be both a combat unit and a healer because you get so few deployment slots, which is also why units who like otherwise would look kind of promising as like filler, like Isadora, is a big example of a unit who on paper should be so good because she shows up, she doesn't have the growth unit problem. She doesn't have to deal with slow experience gain, right? But she shows up right before a ton of units who are much, much stronger than her. And in any other game, you go like, yeah, Hawkeye and Pent and Harkin and whoever you trained, like trained Lowen, are stronger than Isadora, sure, but like, we still have to fill deployment slots. But in Hector mode, you kind of don't. Because in Hector hard mode, not only do you not get a lot of deployment slots, but almost every map has something you want to steal, so either Matthew or Legault is getting deployed on almost every single map, so you even have less deployment slots than you think. Isn't Canas doesn't send you to Kenneth a mistake? It's a coding error. In FE Builder, you can see that instead of Canas, Renault, the unit who joins in the second to last map in the game, is listed as one of the units that they keep track of the EXP for Kenneth versus Germ. Because Kenneth versus Germ is Guiding Ring users experience versus Hero Crest users experience. But if you look in FE Builder, it includes Renault under the Guiding Ring users, which is almost certainly a coding error and it's meant to be Canas, which is very funny. Must be for New Game Plus. Is it as bad as Mage's deployment slots, or am I just rose-tinted glasses for FE7? It's worse. It's worse. You get fewer slots on average than Engage. Engage has like a 4-map stretch where you only have 9 deployment slots. Most FE7 maps, you have 8. You get more, sometimes. But on most FE7 maps, especially in the mid-game, you have 8. 8 is the most common number. And oftentimes that includes multiple force-deployed units. Like Lin and Elliewood, for example. You get 8 early on, 10 for the entire mid-game, 12 for the big maps. Oh, am I misremembering? Is it 10 for the mid-game? Either way, it's worse than Engage, because Engage averages 12, but there's a stretch of 4 maps where you only have 9, which does suck. Like, a lot. But it's a small portion of the campaign as opposed to the entire thing. I still need to try Hector hard mode. I mean, do you really? If you enjoy it, like, by all means. If you enjoy it, by all means do it and have fun. I'm not here to police anyone's game preferences, but personally, I fucking hate FE7. I really don't like it. I really don't like it. Okay, Garcia. So hero, pirate. There's no skills associated with either, so we go hero. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. He needs the speed. I would love to do warrior for memes, but that would probably get him killed. It has iconic units like Dorcas, Will, Karel, and Wallace. Most of those units you can get in other games, though. Give you... Boop, bloop, bloop. Alright, I have a plan. Ooh, we have Shine available now, too. Okay. I think we're gonna low man this. Wallace the Goto of FP7 Lin mode. No! I think we're gonna low man this shit. I think that's how we do this. Look at these stats! Look at these stats! I love Dusel so much. No La Rochelle. She'll be fine. 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 She will be fine. You just have to believe. If you believe hard enough, she'll be fine. She will be fine. She will be fine. You just have to believe. Do we do Great Knight Ford? That's the meme, right? Everyone says that he should be a Great Knight. I think that's the other reason that people don't like Ford, is there's advice. There's common advice to make him into a Great Knight because he's bulkier than Kyle. And that makes him worse. You make him a Paladin. If he's bulkier, then he's also bulkier in Paladin, and he maintains movement. Great Knight is funny, and you can make him a Great Knight if you want to. However, I do think that, like, a lot of people recommend it. And it's just throwing. But it's recommended as if it's, like, actually a good idea. Which is the problem. But I think we just do 2 Paladins, 2 Great Knights, 1 Ephraim. I think that's the plan. Ford's Paladin palette is pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty cool looking. That was an exciting turn. Oh no. I think Great Knight comes from an offhanded mecha comment. It's like what I said, it's always, you can always trace it back to a YouTuber. You can always trace it back to a YouTuber. I say, calling my own grave. Now, anytime someone says, like, anytime someone gets mad about the Micaiah stuff, or, like, bows, or any of the, like, points I've tried to push, someone will be like, oh, it's just some dumb YouTuber that thinks Micaiah is good. I think I make good points in my videos arguing against, like, what I believe are incorrect assessments. I genuinely do think I make good points in my, like, you're wrong about XYZ videos. And sometimes I agree with the general consensus too. They're trying to board us. All right, Dusel. One off. Sad. Okay, well, we can have... Dusel still takes the least damage, which is very funny. He's the Great Knight. They forgot to give him a magic weakness, though. Dorothea and Manuela hater. Am I a Dorothea hater? I feel like I'm just, like, going along with what most people feel for Dorothea, right? Like... Have I ever said anything, like, super negative about her? She was one of my favorite characters in my first playthrough of the game. Like when I was playing on, like, hard. I don't think she's, like, phenomenal or anything. I think she's probably on the lower end of the students. But, like, incredibly, incredibly usable. Like most Three Houses units are. Dusel's high bulk is obviously a reference to him being an armor before the promo. Mercedes is my, so, like, update on the Mercedes stuff. Mercedes is my favorite character in the franchise. It sucks that she's just also, like, not only a very bad unit, but, like, the death knell is she's a bad unit in a boring way. Like, if you're going to be bad, at least be, like, interesting, is my take. That I might have just gotten Gilliam killed. That might have been a huge misplay that just got Gilliam killed. But Fortify Cope? I saw, so there was a common trend of comments, that I know where they come from. There's another YouTuber who, like, has been trying to start beef with me over Mercedes for a while. And one of the points that YouTuber makes is, like, if you get Mercedes to be, like, 10 to 20 levels above the other units by spamming Fortify, then she's good. And I got a bunch of comments of that, like, parroting that almost word for word, right? Which, like, here's the thing, right? The response that people made, because some people, I didn't respond to it because I don't want to engage, because, like I said, the person who that comes from, who that, like, originally comes from, has been trying to get beef with me, and I don't want drama. The response that I saw a lot of other people saying, and there's a logic to it, is if a unit needs to be 20 to 30 levels above everyone else, then they're a bad unit. And that is true in most situations. But I do think that there are situations where, like, a unit snowballing, like, there's something to be said about a unit often ending up over-leveled due to a factor inherent to them. Lex from Fire Emblem 4 comes to mind because he has Paragon. Astrid, to a lesser degree, just because she starts out under-leveled. But Lex starts out around the same level as the rest of your army, and he usually ends up ahead because of Paragon. Seliph, also from Fire Emblem 4, you're highly incentivized to give him strong items for a variety of reasons. It's something I'm calling Seliph syndrome, because Seliph is the most standout example of this unit is good because you gave them favoritism, but you're highly inspired to give them favoritism. So, I do want to say, I don't think the argument of, like, she has this tool to over-level is on its face. I don't think it's wrong on its face. However, there are two reasons that I disagree. The first is that if you're using Fortify to over-level Mercedes, you are still grinding. And I typically exclude grinding, not because of, like, any sort of turns concern or anything, but because if we grind everyone, then we kind of just snowball the game and everyone blends together. But moreover, is an over-leveled Mercedes is still not doing a whole ton to contribute. at best, she's matching the other player phase units, because she doesn't have the bulk to survive still, right? So at best, she's over-leveling in order to pretend she can do, like, point-blank volley type things, right? And I think that is a bigger issue than if someone needs to be 10 to 20 levels higher to be better, then they're not better. Because, like, so I've recently finished, I'm in the process of editing. I recently finished recording a video about Fear, and one of the points that comes up is comparing Fear to Rutger. Because they're two units that look incredibly similar, and if you punch their averages into Oivibot, if they're the same level, then they're gonna have similar stats. Rutger has like a little bit more bulk, and Fear has a lot more luck. But that doesn't tell the whole picture, because Rutger should always be a higher level than Fear, not just because he joins earlier, but because he's one of your, like, 3 strongest units in the early game. It's him, Deke, and Marcus. They're going to be doing the majority of the combat. And if a unit starts out strong enough to do combat when other people around them usually don't, then I think it's reasonable to assume you're feeding them a lot of kills, not out of favoritism, but out of necessity. And for a unit like Marcus, yeah, he gets fed a lot of kills, but he doesn't snowball because of the EXP formula. But for Deke and Rutger, they are going to snowball. They are going to be over-leveled. And so when comparing Deke and Rutger to, for example, Alan and Lance, who I also think are good units, you want to factor in that, like, just putting them at the same level as each other is not the fair comparison it seems to be. All of this off of the Mercedes thing. My point to be, like, I don't think saying units shouldn't be over-leveled is the counter that people think it is. Ford, please. I'm begging you, Ford. You have not dodged any of these attacks, and I'm really scared for your life right now. I'm really scared right now, Ford. Okay, only 4. You dodge it. That's good. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. But I would have appreciated you to dodge a steal. I would have appreciated you to dodge a steal. Okay, this is also an iron. That, like I said, every little bit helps. If the archer is the only one who hasn't moved, then we're good. Fear's 20% strength growth. I mean, Rutger has a 25 though. Okay, Fear, 4, dodge. Fuck no! I'm a Ford. You're a Ford. I literally just night crested this motherfucker too. I literally just night crested this motherfucker. If his unit name was Dodge Caravan, he would have avoided that hit. I almost didn't deploy him. But I was like, he can make it. I almost didn't deploy him. That's the sad part. Is like, I literally almost didn't deploy him. I guess Kyle's gonna have to fucking take his spot on the team. Hashtag Honda is better. Honda, sponsor me. I killed Ford. This is how Ford repays Danny for sticking up for him. The Steel Lance is actually super threatening. Nobody wants to dodge the Steel Lance. Seth also didn't dodge, which is also a concern. Alright, Gilliam. Show him what a real Knight's Crest user does. Gotta make Kolb into a Nissian rogue? The Steel Lance heard you trash talking? Yeah, probably. Look, we're fine. We have Dusel. Like, realistically, our team is still fine. It just sucks. Ford was like, not the meme of the playthrough, like, that's Gilliam. But Ford was a unit that I, like, wanted to use. Gilliam's armor is just the right shade. So, forget the Christmas Cavaliers. We have the Christmas Great Knights now in Gilliam and Dusel. Steel Lance is not enough hit for you to make use of it, but scary when the enemy makes use of it. That's a good point, and that lets me segue into another thing I wanted to talk about. I had a conversation with another commenter about this on the Joshua video. So, like, this is a lot of, like, me phrasing it and stuff, paraphrasing, but they talked about how, like, because in that video, I support grinded in order to avoid a 1% crit, and they talked about how, like, it's kind of funny how Fire Emblem players are, like, 1% crit is too high, but then complain about 70% hit rates being too low, and how that's, like, kind of us being, like a little bit hypocritical, right? And my take on that is that, actually, when you think about it in the direction of wanting to maximize the reliability of things not going wrong, it follows the same logic. Because instead of thinking of you attacking as having a 70% hit rate, think of you missing as having a 30% chance of happening, right? And when you flip it on its head like that, when you think only of the thing that's going wrong, then in that instance, you want to try to get rid of the miss rate, right? It's not that 70 is too low for a hit, it's that 30% chance of a miss, which is the bad thing, is too high. And obviously your threshold for acceptability will change depending on how dire the situation was. In the crit example, a 1% crit meant death, which means, like, in an Iron Man context, I believe that that's unacceptable amount of chance of death, right? Meanwhile, you might have noticed that while I was saying 70% is too low, I had Dusel throw a javelin. That's because if Dusel missed, he doesn't die. So, who cares? That was me also. I'm glad you commented. It gave the chance for a jumping off point for, what I consider to be a interesting, way of talking about probability in Fire Emblem. So I'm glad you said something. Big iron, big steel. Damn, none of my dudes want to dodge. None of my dudes want to dodge. Negativity bias is the strategy. Remind me, what does negativity bias mean? Is that where you, like, remember the times you got unlucky, but you don't remember the times you got lucky? It's kind of along those lines. It's more like, rather than remembering, because, like, negativity bias is about sort of like you say, OMG, I'm so unlucky because you forgot all the times you weren't. It's more about, rather than only remembering the times you got unlucky, it's more about planning for the worst possibility. Like, for example, Ephraim getting hit by 240% is a pretty bad possibility, and it's something I should have planned for. Focus on the potential bad outcomes rather than planning around them. Yeah, I would say rather than focus on the potential bad outcomes, plan around them. Jesus Christ, Ephraim. Well... at least Ford didn't have to stay dead very long. Can we acknowledge that Ephraim got hit by a 30%, a 40%, and a 50%? All in the same turn. Ford wasn't there to save the Lord. It's ironic. It really is. Like, this is why you play around the low percentages. I've demonstrated the point that I was making. My Kagetsu just got hit by 2 8%. Oh, damn, really? I guess this whole stream must be bad luck. Did I pass my bad luck on to you, Lou Emblem? Are you also Iron Manning? Or is that just, like, a turn wheel use? He would have dodged with the double... Oh my god! Earth support fans and their fucking +5 avoid. Earth support fans and their +5 avoid. Why, yes! Oh, you gotta add +5 to the avoid so that I move a 70 to a 75. Or it would be 70 to 65. I can't do math. Well, this stream is only an hour and a half deep. But, Ephraim died. So, I guess it's like a bit of a short stream. I have an older engaged clip on my channel of Kagetsu eating dirt at low percents. Yeah, question is now, what do we do with the rest of the stream? Do I just end it after an hour and a half? Or do I do something else? Start from the beginning? No, I'm not gonna start from the beginning. What do we do with the rest of this stream? I could make a poll, ask y'all. Restart? No, there's another hack that I want to play. And we can start that starting next Wednesday. So I don't want to, like, dive into another run over and keep going. The thing is, I was, like, gonna try to rush through this on the next, like, 3 or 4 streams so that I could get to other hacks that I want to play. So, this kind of, like, I wasn't trying to die, but game overing does open the opportunity to pivot to those other things I want to play. So here's the question now, right? What if I make a poll? I can make a poll to see what y'all want. We'll ask the people. We'll do democracy. The ROM rushed you. Exactly. Okay. So, okay. Deep. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. What next? Here, I will ask the people. I will let the people vote while I eat my chocolate lasagna. Loot wouldn't have died. True, I should have had Loot rescue Ephraim. I mean, the real low man strategy is have Dusel rescue Ephraim, use pure water, he never dies. But unfortunately, that means letting La Rochelle die. And I wanted to use the bisexual queen, so unfortunately, honestly, La Rochelle is the reason that we died. Because if it weren't for the fact I wanted to save La Rochelle, I would have had Dusel rescue Ephraim, which is kind of sad. Ross would have water walked Ephraim to safety. Ross simply would have dodged. Damn, if only I'd used the Elysian Whip on Ross at level 1, then he would have been a berserker. That's how you win. You use the level 1 Elysian Whip on Ross, and he becomes a berserker. Sorry, I'm still eating my chocolate lasagna. It's really good. It's really good. It's really rich, though, so I do need to drink milk with it. While we're on break, reminder to everyone, drink water if you haven't. Take your meds if you haven't. Eat dinner if you forgot to. Alright, looks like people want the Marthlock. So, okay. Let me get that set up real quick. We'll do this real quick. Okay. You get to see some behind the screens magic. Wait, actually, probably. So we will edit this live. It's also not gonna have its own layout because I planned on I didn't plan to game over. We'll leave the death counter on there so people can see, my shame. Shrink you down. Bloop. Bloop. Alright, I guess while I'm setting this up, I will start a new poll also, so people can pick who Marth is. Start a poll. I gotta end the poll. So Marthlock wins. Start a poll. Marth. What are their names? What are the Kalos starters' names? It's like Froakie, Chespin, and Fennekin, right? Fenkin. Okay. So we'll go there we go. We get to see Alir, Ford, and Joshua just hanging out, right? Okay, and then application audio capture. Bloop. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Looks like the people want the frog. We're playing X, by the way. I think Marthlock is best on an easier game. And X isn't like... I think X is not as easy as people, like, say it is. Oh, these window sizes are a little bit wrong. There we go. Solid. So I think it's, like, not as, I don't think it's as easy as people say it is. Also, this is my first time playing X on this computer, so there will be animation lag. For those who have not used Nintendo PC, which is very legal, animation lag is the first time a new animation shows that you've never seen before. Sometimes it causes a lot of lag. Fennekin, Chespin, and Froakie? Oh, right, because I just asked who the starters were. Oh, wait, I'm not a boy. This one looks most like me, but like I'm not blonde. Okay. What should we name? What Fire Emblem character should we name ourselves after? Ford? I think in honor of Ford, I think we name ourselves Ford, right? X is easy if you overlevel, but random trainers sometimes have unfair movesets. Yeah, I think I've lost like way more Pokemon in Pokemon X Nuzlocke to random ass trainers than I have to like actual bosses. By the way, since I didn't like test this beforehand, because again, I wasn't planning on it, how is the volume? Is the game like too loud, too quiet? It sounds fine. Awesome. Is this how we get dressed by the mirror, right? So for anyone who hasn't seen my Marthlock video, the rules are your starter is Marth, and therefore a game over condition. And every Pokemon you catch afterwards is named after the FE11 replacement units in order. Well, so like in the order you catch them. And you can never change your party. You can only replace based on them dying. And the next one in order, right? I made a whole video on it. It's called I Turned Shadow Dragon into a Nuzlocke. It has 2 different thumbnails, so comment which one you see, because YouTube added a new feature where you can give multiple thumbnails to a video. That sounds fun. Yeah, it's just something to like kill a little bit of time so that we don't have just like an hour-and-a-half long stream. Lil F, Lady F, Fuckins. Fuckins. Just call me Fuckins. You want us to call you Fuckins? Ford is always fucking. Ford is always fucking. Fuckins, let's go. Alright, let me make sure. Is Froakie still winning? Do the people still want Froakie? Froakie is still winning. Only 36%. This is an even spread. Wait, Froakie and Fennekin are tied. Froakie and Fennekin are tied. So here's the thing. Is if they're tied, what do I do? Poor Chespin. I love Chespin. Okay, so Mario Party, in Mario Party 7, when you vote for a battle game, if 2 results are tied, you go with the third one. So I am invoking Mario Party 7 rules. Therefore, Chespin. Mario Party 7 says Chespin. So this is Marth. Marth is a game over condition. If he dies, the run is over. Armor Knight Marth, let's go. I call BS. Hey, take it up with the president of Mario Party. It's not my fault. I didn't invent Mario Party. This in no way, shape, or form is my overthrowal of democracy. This is Mario Party overthrowing democracy. Alright, so now we gotta fight Shauna. Fuckins. Fuckins, Wade. Fuckins. Fire Emblem, Paper Mario, Fire Emblem, Pokemon, and Mario Party all in one stream. We had Thraica 776. We had the Sacred Stones. We have Pokemon X. We have Mario Party. And we have Shadow Dragon. Truly a magical stream. Plenty of PogChamp gamer moments. And we overthrew democracy. Plenty of gamer moments to go around. Someone pointed this out on the Kalos starter poll, but Greninja being a ninja, Chespin being an armor knight, and Froakie being, or not Froakie, the fox, Firefox, whatever its name, right? Being a mage actually follows the Fates weapon triangle, and it continues because Rowlet Decidueye being an archer also follows the Fates weapon triangle. So that's pretty cool. I think, at least. I think that's pretty cool. Alright, so now what I'm gonna do... I can't believe Pokemon plagiarized from hit game Fire Emblem Fates. True. They will never financially recover. Firefox, Opera, and Edge. Wait. Firefox is the fire starter, right? Edge is Samurott, and Opera is Primarina. The Holy Prophecy. The Holy Prophecy. Now we do have to really quickly, I'm gonna save edit real quick. Get myself Master Balls and Rare Candies, so we can skip the boring parts of Pokemon. In before someone says, oh, but all the Pokemon are boring Pokemon. We have fun here. Okay, so items. I give myself all the rare candies. R.A. So this is, sometimes people take issue with this, but I always give myself 999 rare candies and 999 Master Balls. And the reason for that is I do not find the RNG catching to be interesting, and I don't find grinding to be interesting. For me, the most fun part of Nuzlocke is the battle. The most fun part of any Pokemon Challenge run, to me, is the battles. And so I just do that. I just do the battles. Alright, save editing complete. I know a lot of people, especially when it comes to like Nuzlocke, are like willing to take the candy pill, but not willing to take the Master Ball pill. Because the idea is that, like, if you don't catch, you fail the encounter, right? And that's part of the challenge. And, like, I just don't think that's an interesting fail condition. It's not that there is no skill involved in catching. Because there is. You have to know whether or not you're potentially going to kill them with a crit. You have to, like, there's risk-reward management with, like, Pokemon Who Know Explosion and stuff, too, right? Where you're like, do I risk someone dying if this encounter explodes? So, like, there is stuff, right? There is stuff. But at the end of the day, to me, it's much less interesting and almost like a waste of time as compared to the actual battles. Especially when you start getting to harder runs, where it's like either limiting your encounters through like monotype or like ROM hacks where they're difficulty based and stuff, right? Anyone who wants to have the catching be a part of it, that's completely fine and valid. And for some runs, I do think the catching can be interesting. So, for example, I did a no Poke Center run, and in that situation, because you want to catch people as high HP as possible, in that situation, catching is actually a part of the difficulty, because it's how much damage, if any, how much PP, if any, do I spend catching, right? And so I didn't give myself Master Balls there, except for the one you get in the story. But yeah, that's just how I feel. Grinding is cringe, cheating is base. That's an Alpharad quote, right? I think that's Alpharad. Alright, let me real quick pull up Shadow Dragon replacement unit names. Shadow Dragon replacement units. Okay, I've got the list. So this is our holy text. I have our holy text in the other window. We already caught Unil. The next Pokemon is Dua. And the way that I do it, oh, also I gotta level you, don't I? Is if there's more than 31, I go to the PAL names, right? Because there's only 31 NTSC names, but then I go to the PAL names. And that'll be 62. And like, 62 is more encounters than most Pokemon games will have. Unil first. We already got Unil. Unil is a Pidgey. She is... Can you give two Pokemon the same nickname? If I get to encounter number 63, then sure. Although, there are also... FE12 names, then FE12 French names, then FE12 German names, then FE12 Spanish names, and then FE12 Italian names. I think I have enough, honestly. I think I have enough. Sorry if asking if the game stops you from doing so. The game does not stop you from doing so. Because one thing that I like to do in my Nuzlocke is if a Pokemon is like really, really good and then they die, like if there's a Pokemon who's like put in a lot of work and then dies, right? The next time I catch a ghost type Pokemon, I'll name it after them. Because it's like their ghost, right? It depends on how I'm feeling. If I've got a nickname theme going, I probably won't do that, but if there's no nickname theme, damn, these have been some ass encounters. These have been some really fucking ass encounters. Pidgey and Weedle. That's not good. That's not good. Pidgey and Weedle. No thank you. So this is Dua. Alright, well. I hope Trim is good enough to save me from this nonsense. Damn, we could have a Fletchlander if it weren't for fucking Weedle. Dua, you are a disappointment to your family. I need you to know, Dua, you are a disappointment to your family. I believe that Trim will be as strong as she was in Fates. We could have had a monkey, too! The Gen 5 monkeys aren't very good. But they're monkeys, so it's okay. I forgive them. Go away, Callum. I don't want your Pokeball. He goes, oh, okay. If you ignore him, he just goes, oh, okay. He just goes, oh, okay. What a loser. The major downside of candies is EVs, which can matter for some harder hacks, but most official sites is not a big deal. A lot of hacks have no EVs as part of their difficulty anyway. Just because, like, a lot of hackers are candy pilled. I actually really dislike the EV system. Both because, like, it's invisible and it encourages grinding. I know it, like, is pretty cool for competitive depth, right? But for in-game stuff, I actually really dislike it. Because you either end up with, like, the player has EVs, and they're just invisibly stronger than their opponents, who the player is already better than their opponents in most situations, just because you're smarter, right? Like, you can do things like switching. You can prepare yourself when you, like, hear, oh, it's the flying type gym, you can bring a bunch of rock types, right? Like that sort of deal. So, usually EVs just give you another advantage that you don't need. But then, in more difficult games, like for example Sun and Moon, where they give the opponent EVs, suddenly it gives the opponent way more of an advantage because most people are not EV training. Even if you're not candy pilled, like how often, if you're grinding and not using rare candies, do you Actually, that's cute, by the way. I do like that with the 5 rivals. That's cute. Where they're all stepping out at the same time. That is cute. How often do you, like, intentionally only kill Ratata for, like, whatever they give, right? That sort of thing. Not unless you're specifically EV training, at which point it's just, like, grinding. And grinding is cringe. Yes! Trim is actually based! Trim is actually based! Celeste, you were correct! We have fucking Fletchling. I've never used one of these things. I have one in my Sun Moon Nuzlocke that I'm doing, like, off camera. And I've used it for one fight because I needed a fire type. Just because, like, I've got a very stacked team in my Sun Moon Nuzlocke right now. My Sun and Moon Nuzlocke, the nickname theme is Crimes. So I've got a Galissapod named Hit and Run. A Sylveon named Transgender, because that's illegal in some countries. And I think it's just really badass to name a Pokemon Transgender. Like, it's just powerful, right? The Fletchlander is named Arson. But it's honestly kind of disappointing in Sun and Moon. It's just not good into a lot of the boss fights. Primarina is named Wetwork, which is code for assassination in the mob. I have a, what's his name? The Electric-type Watson uses. Electrike. I have Electrike, or Manectric, the evolved version, named Speeding. Gyarados is named Intimidation, because that's a crime and that's his ability. I have so, I can't evolve him yet, but I have a Bagon that once I get to the level cap to be able to evolve him, and I named it Treason. But yeah, like, Crimes as a nickname theme, it was kind of hard, not gonna lie. Oricorio named Public Nudity. I have the bear. Not Ursaring, the other bear. The Alola bear. What's the Alola bear? The pink one. I don't know, I have the bear. I have a Hawlucha named Assault. Actually, Assault died. Beware. Yeah, that one. It's the Stuffle evolution. Beware, yeah. It likes hugging, so I named it Unwanted Touching, which is a crime. Oh yeah, I have a Pelipper named 911. Technically a crime! It was definitely illegal. What level does Duo evolve? Oh, it's 10. Okay. I caught the... what's his name? The rodent? The Donald Trump rodent? I named him Koo because, you know, January 6th. What other Pokemon? What other fun crime Pokemon do I have? Bruxish named Adultery? 15 Might Beedrill? $25 attack. Not terrible for the early game, but like, God, it's just like, Dua. Your disappointment to your family, Dua. Alright, so I think I only get one more encounter, right? Just this grass? That's it? And then whatever I end up with, that's what I'm taking into the gym. Whenever I catch a really bad Pokemon in the Crimes one, I name it after something like that they're gonna... Oh, I forgot set mode. Okay, well, so Litleo. I guess Trim would be our answer into Litleo. Yeah, I guess Trim would be our answer into Litleo. That's, this is not looking great, TBH. Like, Trim is dead to a crit. I think I have to attack, though. Because, like, any of our Pokemon switching in are weak to grass. Okay, there we go. That could have been really bad. The thing is that Viola has a level cap of 12, so I need to be careful with EXP management. Does it learn any fire moves this early? Ember. Litleo has Ember that early. Wait. This is good, though. This is good. This looks bad. This looks bad. This looks bad, but it's actually really good. And here's why. Here's why this is actually a really good encounter. Where are you? There's a house. There's a house with a guy. This is the house with the guy. That's the wrong house. TFW, you walk into the wrong house in Undella time. It's Hollow time. I don't know what house I'm going for. Shit. I've been revealed as a fake gamer. I have been revealed as a fake gamer. Is it this house? Good night, baby. Don't look. I'm being revealed as a fake gamer. Don't look, baby. Oh, was that you? I thought you did violence.
I did violence, but it's where you got the inspiration.
Yeah, it's like it's trading off of it, yeah.
Was Pokemon Violence.
That was her first playthrough of Pokemon Violet, was Pokemon Violence. Good night, baby, I love you!
Best Pokemon.
So anyway, Quacklin is our new Quattro. He even starts with QUA, so it like almost fits the nickname theme. So I don't even have to like, cause normally I would just save edit to rename him. But like he fits the nickname theme, the QUA, he's Quattro, right? It fits. And for anyone who says like you can't trade in a Nuzlocke, first off, I do all the time. But second off, get into the picture of Marth. Marth would absolutely trade in a Nuzlocke. Marth would, no hesitation, trade his fucking friends away. Be like, you, as a friend, you are replaceable. Farewell. Alright, now we gotta fight the rollerblader. I think she literally just has a Zigzagoon, though. Bum-ba-da-dum. I love the 3D graphics, including Pokemon. Yeah, it's like... I prefer sprites, but I do think that, like, for the DS, these look very good. Also worth noting, this is not what the graphics actually look like. I am upscaling them by 4. These are upscaled by 4 times. So these are going to look better than the graphics if you were to play on your DS. Rinka! Wait! Rinka Fire Emblem! Holy shit! It's Rinka from Fire Emblem. Alright, so... I'm not gonna candy until we get to Viola, just so we don't accidentally overlevel. He would canonically take every trade possible because he's recruiting from other allegiances. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. So now we gotta follow the water droplets. Alright, gamers. This is what I call a pro gamer strategy. The Disso game mechanics make trades and Nuzlocke a unique challenge. Not if you're playing with level caps. I'm pretty sure after the first gym, they'll never disobey you if you play with level caps. Did Kakuna just get 2 turns in a row? Kakuna poison stung and hardened. Unless I missed. Did I miss and I just didn't see it? Maybe I just didn't see that I missed. Replace tackle with bite. Yeah. It's up to 20, but after this badge... But Grant is level 25. Oh, really? Is there Ornaberries available at this point in the game? I don't think there are. But anyone who knows Kalos better than me, are there? Or do I just, like, go in and YOLO swag it? We could just lock the fuck in with Marth and Rollout. Do we just game her up? I think we just game her up. We're just gonna lock the fuck in with Marth and Rollout. Surskit doesn't have any bug-type moves, and Vivillon has Infestation, but it's also 4x weak. This is what we call a pro-gamer strategy. And hey, if I lose 2 runs in one stream, that's content, baby. So Martha's a Whitney's Miltank archetype? You know it! Alright, so our first rollout is gonna be 80 power, 4 times effective against Vivillon, who loves to spam Harden. Why'd you go for Tackle instead of Infestation, you absolute scrub? Look at that! Shame we don't have Defense Curl. I think Marth gets Defense Curl later. Alright, so now the next boss is Professor Sexymore, the world's most bisexual man. I do like that there's shortcuts out of every gym, but I do kind of wish they opened before you fought the gym leader instead of after. Because, like, I want to heal before fighting the gym leader, right? Rollout, Fury Cutter, these moves are so lovely to me. Fury Cutter is the coward's way out. Fury Cutter's the coward's way out because you don't lock the fuck in. Marth Best Lord. FE11 Marth is better than fucking Robin, confirmed. This is proven. Woo, woo. Can I just say how much I fucking love roller skates? Not in real life. In Pokemon X and Y specifically. I love these. Also, another feature that adds nothing. You can sit at the tables! You can sit at the tables! Where's their benches? I want to show it off. You can sit on benches, too. You can sit on the bench. And it shows you the whole town. This game is so charming! People hate on X and Y because it's easy. But, like, here's a harsh truth. Here's a harsh truth that people don't want to hear. Pokemon X and Y is the same level of difficulty as fucking Ruby and Sapphire. The only reason Kalos feels easier than other regions is Pokemon Z never came out. Pokemon Emerald, Pokemon Crystal, well, Crystal actually doesn't really improve the difficulty, so, like, classic Gen 2 L, catching all the L's, Johto. Fucking Johto sucks. But yeah, Emerald and Platinum and Black and White 2, I am the biggest Gen 5 fangirl in the world. But it's Black and White 2 that are the actual difficult ones. Black and White is probably a little bit harder than X and Y and Ruby and Sapphire and Diamond and Pearl. But, like, yeah. Also, Diantha sucks. Diantha is, like, well, Gita exists now. So, like, Diantha can't be the worst champion, but she's a very bad champion, and that's part of it, too. Is, like, when the end game is really easy, which it's not really, like, Victory Road Trainers are hard as shit. But the Elite Four, and specifically Diantha, are really pathetic. That definitely, like, that leaves an impression, right? But, like, Lance is also pretty fucking easy outside of specific challenge runs. Heart Gold Soul Silver has a ton of style. The game is a slog, though. Yeah, I might play Troiano's Heart Gold Soul Silver, hack. Just because, like, I love the following Pokemon, but I hate everything else about HGSS. How did we get to the point where Pokemon fans say HGSS is the nearly perfect remake, when it, like, doesn't even address any of the problems inherent to Gold and Silver, and arguably makes some of them worse? Alright, this is Penvo? God, the roller skating, though, it's so good. But yeah, I would like to play through the Johto region, and especially with the following Pokemon, and have it be in a game that just, like, doesn't feel poorly optimized in every single way. I guess also, it is, in addition to the campaign being kind of poorly made, the games are pretty objectively poorly optimized from a mechanical level. Which is not something that super bothers me, but it is kind of embarrassing, especially since they're in virtually the same engine as Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, which are 3 games that have significantly less issues than HGSS. Not no issues. Gen 4 is kind of a technical mess. Like, everyone shits on Gen 1 for being glitchy, but that's because its glitches are funny. Gen 4 has, like, so many issues. It leads to, ironically, HGSS for a while was incredibly hard to emulate, and I thought it was an issue with, like, emulation not being powerful enough, right? It's actually the opposite. It's actually the opposite, though. It's not the emulation, it's HGSS was, like, causing issues that would, like, corrupt graphics and stuff. Thank God we didn't get Combi. Did I ever tell y'all, my first ever shiny Pokemon was male Combi? I've been playing Pokemon my entire fucking life, basically. Pokemon Blue was literally my first ever video game I owned. Never encountered a shiny until Generation 9. When I got male Combi. What a disappointment. Thankfully, like a month later, I got, a shiny in an Ultra Moon Nuzlocke. And it was a Pokemon who has quickly become one of my favorites. Not just because they were a shiny, but they have a really cool shiny. Actually, okay, it's a new Pokemon to Alola that is one of my favorites, has a really good shiny, and was my first non-male Combi shiny. Can anyone in chat guess? I will give you 10 million brownie points. Brownie points cannot be exchanged for any real currency. Butterfree? No, Butterfree's not new to Alola. It is a new to Alola Pokemon. Rabombi, Alolan Meowth. No? Good guesses. I got a badass shiny Golisopod. I was correct in my previous comment. I must have just not seen that, sorry. Poplio. I love Poplio. Poplio's my favorite of the 3 starter final forms. But can I just say, like, Gen 7 starters go really hard. Gen 7... probably collectively the best starter trio. Followed close behind by Gen 9. In my opinion. All 3 lines, and not just all 3 lines, but all 3 stages of all 3 lines are great Pokemon. Just like design-wise. You know, I don't care about like competitively or whatever. Just in terms of, like, how much I like them. Alright, we should probably candy up before we fight Professor Sexymore, the world's most bisexual man. Look at him! So, we finally meet. Ha ha ha! Fantastique! Come this way, will Leonardo? Ha ha! Alright, so I do need to warn everyone. If you are averse to NSFW content, right? You're trying to keep yourself, like, pure, or you, like, don't want to see anything that might be a little bit steamy, right? We are we're about to encounter something some viewers may find extreme. We're about to witness a man participate in hardcore oral sex live on stream. Because Professor Sycamore is about to suck Gen 1's dick harder than you have ever seen. By the way, is Badoo a friendship evolution? Or what the fuck is its evolution method? Is it friendship? Or is it, like, level-based? Friendship and it has to be during the day? Oh, fuck that shit. That's so awful. Alright. I think we go trim here. Friendship and during the day. Damn. Bro really thinks he's fucking Sylveon. Or not Sylveon, Espeon. This could be a little bit of a problem. Because now we don't kill. Shiny Stone to get Roserade. Yeah, I knew that one. Thank you, though. That is helpful. Because a lot of evolution methods I just, like, don't know off the top of my head. That is, like, one of the few that I did know. But thank you anyway. I appreciate it. Of course, the French have bad taste. Hey. Are you implying that Generation 1 is bad taste? Because I would have to send you a strongly worded letter. And that letter says I disagree. And also there's anthrax in the envelope. For legal purposes, this is a joke. For illegal purposes, drop your address in the comments. Don't actually, please don't actually, please do not actually do that. Please do not actually do that. Charmander. Well, we get to choose, actually. Do we want Zestu? Or do we... For Zestu. Who's Zestu? Should I make Democracy? Yeah, let's Mario Party this shit. Mario Party time. Okay. Zestu. Bulbasaur? Squirtle? Charmander. Okay. Is that the Finding Nemo address? It is, actually. Alright, well, since you shared yours... I'll tell you mine. I live at 308 Negro Royal Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87104. And this is my confession. I'm a Gen 1er. Bulbasaur is my favorite of these three. But he's probably the worst one for our team. Honestly, Squirtle's probably the best one for us to get as a team. Is this generation as devoid of water types as other gens? Oh, it looks like Squirtle is winning, actually. Okay, we'll go with Squirtle. Wait, we can't do it. Professor Sexymore, I literally... This is illegal. What the fuck, Professor Sexymore? You're forcing me to send one to the PC? That's so evil. Should have taken Bulba Mario Party rules? Who would do that? That's a dumb idea. Who the fuck would do that? That's a dumb idea. Chat, you only have bad ideas. I would... Chat trying to ask me to do Mario Party rules? Why would you do fucking Mario Party rules? Look, Squirtle's female. That's a good sign, actually. That's rare. That's rare. It's like only 1/8, right? Chat, what are you even talking about Mario Party rules? What does that even mean? What does Mario Party rules mean? I think you're making things up. Chat, I think you're making games up. Can you Google gaslighting, please, chat? No reason. Marth is a king, democracy is a lie. Now you're thinking with portals. Mario Party rules means sometimes you land on chance time and steal stars on the last turn. Alright, unfortunately, because Quattro is still alive, we do have to deposit Zestu. Oh my god, I do not have time for this fucking fascist. I'm not even joking or exaggerating. Like, Lysander is quite literally a fascist. And it's not even subtle. And everyone just, like, is like, dude, this guy is our friend? I will exterminate all of the filth of the world. Have I introduced you to my friend, Lysander? I think that certain types of people are filthy, and I want to destroy them all in genocide. Classic Lysander. He's my friend. Let's go get coffee in his coffee shop. This coffee shop only allows in people who are not filthy. Lysander is F- tier in villains. The thing is, like, he could have been good. He could have been good if, like, the game actually acknowledged the fucking, like... If the game, like, treated, like... If you want to make a mature story... Do we have money, by the way? Okay. I wonder. Okay, we can't do that. This is what Shauna wanted, right? Or was I supposed to talk to her? I don't actually remember. Shauna, what do you want? Okay, bye. Oh, I gotta talk to Callum, right. This is where we meet Lysander again. But yeah, they just made Team Flare like goofy Nazis, and it just doesn't really work tonally. You played a young girl wonderfully on the silver screen. Wouldn't you rather remain young and beautiful forever? What a strange question. You were chosen to be a movie star. It's your duty to be ever beautiful. Everything beautiful should stay that way forever. I will make this world unchanging and eternal so beauty will last forever. I cannot stand the world become uglier. Like, that's fucking... Yeah. That's some fucking fash-ass language, is what it is. Ford does not tolerate... Ford does not tolerate Lysander. So much for the tolerant left. Oh, it's Mr. O. Or no, sorry, he's Mr. Bonding. The fuck is Mr. Bonding? I've never engaged with this feature. Isn't it just like you get boosts or whatever, and you like do Wi-Fi stuff or something? Hello, Lucario. Damn, Lucario, you're a pretty strong Pokemon. Be kind of weird if, they just, like, gave you a free Lucario. Wouldn't that be kind of silly if they just, like, gave you Lucario with a Mega Stone? Like, pretty early on? That'd be kind of silly. That'd be pretty silly. Well, okay, Species Clause, we did technically already catch one of these. So I get a new encounter. Get fucked, Bunnelby. Nobody wants to be your friend now. Hatching power is the one that I use. Does it make eggs hatch faster? This doesn't look like Fire Emblem 8. I'm playing on a mod, actually. Skidoo! I love Skidoo! Blue Skidoo, and I can do. Julia, I have a question for you. So, okay, so you say this isn't Fire Emblem 8, right? This looks like something different from Fire Emblem 8. I'm getting to the question. I gotta name Hepto first. H-E-P-T-O. So you claim this is not Fire Emblem 8. Are you embarrassed now? Ford! I'm a Ford. I'd be really embarrassed if I were you right now. Like, I would just be so embarrassed if I was you right now. I'd be like, oh my god, I said this wasn't Fire Emblem 8, but Ford is here? I'm so embarrassed. That would be me, that'd be what I said. Oh shit! This is why you look up the enemy teams. This is why you look up the enemy teams. You know what, Unil? I got some bad news for you, Unil. Under the rules of the Marthlock, someone has to die for us to get Squirtle on our team. And Pidgey is a very bad Pokemon. Never mind, they have no electric type moves. They clearly have no electric type moves. God. Okay, this trainer is pathetic. Doodaloo. Oh, Quattro. Not Quacklin, that's Quattro. A lot of early gen electric types take a weirdly long time to learn electric moves. So you want to know what, like, this isn't an electric move situation, but it's the same thing. You want to know what, like, really bothers me? Dedenne, right? Dedenne is this generation's Pika clone, and it's an electric fairy type. And, it doesn't learn any fucking fairy moves. If Marth dies, is it a game over condition? Yes, Marth is a game over condition. So this is a Marthlock. I made a video about what a Marthlock is, but the TLDR, you can never change your Pokemon in your party except for by replacing dead ones with the next Shadow Dragon replacement unit. So it's like Una, Duo, Trim, etc., etc. Marth is a game over condition. Marth is your starter, and he's a game over condition. Other than that, it's just a Nuzlocke. Two very simple rules that get added on. Oh, and like, you can intentionally kill Pokemon, but you can't trigger a fight just to kill a Pokemon, right? So if you want to intentionally kill someone off, you have to kill them off during a fight that is naturally happening. You can't just, like, go out of your way to start a fight to kill. And it's meant to evoke the way that Shadow Dragon FE11 plays. Na 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 na. I should turn EXP share off, because EXP management is actually kind of cringe in this particular portion. I really don't want to buy repels because I want to save all my money for TMs. Which makes this portion a little bit... Sounds fun. I've done Nuzlocke where I can't use new Pokemon until I kill one off of my party. And I need to get the next catch, but never one with the Lord starter. Yeah, I mean, so like the thing is, right, that your starters are usually some of the strongest Pokemon in the game. So it's not like a huge handicap. But it's just an additional twist. Right, this thing has Dragon Dance, doesn't it? Alright, Marth. You're 4 levels higher, you should be fine. Or no, it's got Swords Dance, yeah. No EXP in Fire Emblem? I mean, like, BXP, right? Like, bonus experience is basically EXP share. They paired up secretly. What is the skill inheritance that Ditto passes down? Actually, so that actually is a perfect excuse for me to talk about a dream that I had. I had a dream last night. I had a dream that I accidentally discovered new Fates tech. In my dream, I accidentally discovered that if you don't have any skills equipped during skill inheritance, then the child will inherit their parents' personal skill. So I gave Puissance to Percy, and he was just like super cracked. Oh, I want to get the TM, don't I? Fuck. Getting this TM is like kind of a pain in the ass. She's just got a Bunnelby. It'll be fine. His luck would be good enough to make use of Arthur's personal. Does Percy have a good luck growth? I like Percy, I just like don't know. I'm gonna use him in the Fates playthrough I'm doing with Blue. Which, if you like Fates, tune in on Sunday for more of that. More epic Fates gameplay. Trim at 17. Oh, Trim is evolving. Oh, fire type, awesome. Alright, Ember. Probably better than Tackle. Trim is a physical attacker, but like, I do want some fire coverage. Especially since Trim is like my only fire type at the moment. And the only one for the foreseeable future. Fire's not like super necessary. Because we got Rock next. Oh, fuck. I hate the railings. I like... Oh my god, there's so many of them. I like roller skating, but I don't like railings. I don't know how you do this. Oh, I like Furfrou. I like Furfrou. I like so many Pokemon in the Kalos decks. There we go. I did it. You gotta like pull in a specific direction. His default luck growth is 75%. That's so funny considering who his father is. But, like, that's the joke, right? That's the gimmick. It's the shorts, man! This is not Fire Emblem? What are you talking about? It says fire right there. It says fire right there. Look, Ember, fire. That's Fire Emblem. That's Fire Emblem. That's Fire Emblem. I don't know what you're talking about. Marth is on the team. Ford is on the team. Trim is on the team. It's Ford! That's Fire Emblem! Hi, Trim. Hi, Eden. So this is where we get cut, I think? He's the cook. Ford emblem. I'm a Ford, a Ford, a Ford. You're a Ford, a Ford, a Ford. Honestly, when Ford died, that's when things started to go downhill. Hello, Mr. O Powers. A strange man just asked me to practice bonding and then it faded to black in the bedroom. I'm scared. Wait, I just realized this isn't Fire Emblem. No, it is. See, it's got Ford. It's gotta be Fire Emblem. There's no other possible explanation for that. Okay. I'm glad you're so willing to accept that, Eden. A lot of people don't believe me. A lot of people don't believe me. We won Fire Emblem. On Sunday, there will be Fire Emblem Fates. Does that satisfy the masses? Sunday afternoon, there's Fire Emblem Fates. Show me a Pokemon that's Fairy type. Quacklin. That's not Fairy type. Damn. I'm not good at being a scam artist. I have to go to the goddamn castle? I have to go to the castle? Oh yeah, she's just fucking... Fate's my goat. I'm a big Conquest fan. I'm a big fan of Conquest and I'm a fan of Revelations, but I don't like Birthright. Which is a shame because I like a lot of Birthright casts. Like Rinka. Rinka's like weirdly halfway a mascot for the channel. Like Rinka was my Dark Souls character in the level 1 run. But like I just don't like her game. Snorlax, snore. Snorlax, snore. Revelation is good. I agree. I agree. I like Revelation. I like Conquest better, but I like Revelation. I think people... Ooh! I didn't know there were Pokemon here. Oh. It's... Fucking... Wow. This is certainly one of the Pokemon of all time. Fire Emblem has Venipede? It's called the Venom Blade. It's called the Venom Blade. So this is Octu. Chapter 17, Rev, is the most challenging map. Which one is 17? Is that the 6, like the floating islands with the 8 dragon veins you gotta press? I can never remember the numbers. I say I'm a butler. Ho ho! Chapter 17 is when the two kingdoms unite and jump into Vala. Is that the map where Xander joins? Xander and Leo? Or is that the one with Ryoma and Anoka? The Xander one's kind of tricky. That one gave me trouble for a while. I'm pretty good at it now. But it can be pretty tricky to approach, especially with, like, all the turrets and stuff. It's definitely tricky. My furfro! My furfro! Took me, like, 5 attempts to get the floating island map. The final room of the floating island map is, like, really mean. Oh, look! It's, like, the Golurk and Palpitoad! That's a cute statue! Also, by the way, this is like the Palace of Versailles, and it's like super accurate. Yo, it's Reshiram! That's so cool, Reshiram! I love Reshiram. I think there's something in here. Why does the Palace of Versailles have Reshiram in it? Cause the real life Palace of Versailles also has Reshiram, obviously. Reshiram is in Fire Emblem. You're so funny, Eden. I love your sense of humor. It's like, I'm not even joking. It's genuinely awesome. I love it. Every time you show up in, like, Discord or stream chat, it makes me laugh. They're all in on it. True, Borbatrice. True. They're all part of the fucking Furfro conspiracy. You tried to scam the guy by pretending you had a fairy type, but the real scam was the town forcing you to the castle, conveniently because there's a Snorlax. Whoa, wait! Danny, how much do you hate Fire Emblem Echoes? Honestly, I don't even think I hate it. I just don't like it that much. Because it's like, it's got beautiful presentation. I don't like grinding is all it is. What do you mean? You should wait here though, Shauna. What? Okay, what if you went here? I used to know how to solve this puzzle, but I'm dumb. Disliking echoes is crazy. I just really don't like grinding. And echoes, like... I don't know, it just has, like, a lot of grinding. Even if you are, like... Okay, now go here, Shauna. Good job, girl. Even if you're, like, not trying to grind, the way that Echoes works is, like, it's got a bunch of, like, the random battles will show up. And those are basically grinding. Because they're, like, they're not engaging, right? And the hit rates are, like, really annoying, and there's not that much, like, way to fix them and stuff. There's some combat arts that do it, which is nice, but in general, I don't know, I just don't like it. And plus, like, there's the whole, like, misogyny stuff. Like, they really took Guided Story and just made it, like, ickier. Every Fire Emblem game has enough icks where I can get to someone disliking it. Yeah, the series is just very different from each other. And that's part of what makes it so cool. Is just how different games are from each other. So there's something that there's like at least I believe that there's like at least one game in the series for most people. Just because they're all so different from each other. And I think that's really cool. But it does also mean you're gonna have some games that you just don't like. I think that's fine. And that game is Fire Emblem Three Houses. I want to like Three Houses more than I do. I do like it, but I want to like it more. I feel like there's a limit to how much I like it, and I want to like it more than I do. But I think I've sort of hit my Three Houses liking it limit. But it's got Mercedes, and I love Mercedes. If you hate Echoes, does that mean you also hate Sacred Stones? No, I like Sacred Stones a lot. I like Sacred Stones a lot. When I previously made my game rankings, Sacred Stones was actually my favorite. It's dropped down since then. I've done a lot of repeat playthroughs of it recently, and it sort of, like, has some more issues. But, I like Sacred Stones a lot. I think Sacred Stones has one of the best stories, in Fire Emblem as well. A lot of people shit on the story, because of, like, the Erica moment, right? But I really like it. I think it's a really good story, and I think people who shit on the Erica moment just, like, don't understand friendship. That's my opinion, personally. Erica hate is so forced. Yeah, I feel like it's, like, just, again, like I said, people who just, like, don't understand friendship. They're like, OMG, she gave up the stone? I wouldn't have done that. I don't actually, like, Erica was told that giving up the stone wouldn't be enough to save her friend. Why did she hold out hope? Why didn't she immediately give up on her friend? I don't understand it. Sacred Stones has loot, Echoes doesn't. Loot is pretty epic and awesome. But yeah, Erica's one of the cooler lords in the series, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. Hashtag just my opinion. Zekrom is the Shadow Dragon. Is Erica in love with Lyon? I think you can read it that way. Personally, I just think they're friends. I'm gonna miss that TM. I hope that TM's not anything important, because I'm not getting it. Okay, so after Octu, we have Naonu. We don't even get to keep the flute? What a scam. What a scam. The darling moment gave me chills. Yeah, that's like top 10 creepiest moments in, That TM is Hunter's Folly. Wait, we need to go back. We need to go back. Jack, we need to go back to the island. We have to go back, Kate. We have to go back. The sleeping Pokemon. How many people in chat want to be the sleeping Pokemon right now? Now new. Snorlax is also like, in addition to early Kanto starter, we get early Snorlax and early Lucario. Just like such a stacked team of early Pokemon. Can I get Z's in the chat? Fuck yeah. 1 like equals 1 Z. Smash that like button. Hit that Z key. Honk and snoo till the cows come home. Sacred Stones needs a sequel or prequel to flesh out Magville. I've always thought it would be cool to get a prequel with like Garcia as the Jagan. I have a Snorlax onesie. Yo, jealous, jealous. That sounds like an awesome onesie. Alright, chat. I need a ruling. I need a ruling, chat. Does Snorlax count as my encounter, or do I get another one? What happened to Ford? He's right here. He's right here. Everyone keeps saying this isn't Fire Emblem. I don't understand what's going on. Do people just... Are people not gamer enough for the stream? Do you get another Snorlax? Okay. Let's get another Snorlax. I count invents as... Oh my god, you're worthless. Dexa, you're a disappointment to your family. Good job, Trim. How much do you like Awakening? Middle of the road. Middle of the road. I think some people hate on it too much, but it does definitely have, like, some issues I take with it. But, like, I think that a lot of the Awakening hate is just, like, people who are mad that Fire Emblem isn't still on the Game Boy Advance. Alright, now we gotta fight Dancer and non-binary Pokedex nerd. Alright, I'm gonna switch to Marth here. I think Marth is best suited for this. Awakening is too anime. I mean, like, I'm not gonna deny that it's more obviously anime, but if you dig into the supports of older Fire Emblems, they have a lot of the same stuff. Like, the anime tropes have always been there to a degree. I'm new to Pokemon. Who the hell is that yellow guy? I think that's Ford. I'm pretty sure that's Ford. Shit. Fletchling just died. Do you think Teleus games are dark in terms of story? I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, because, Rip, but it's Squirtle time? Oh no, that wasn't mine who died. That was Dipshit. That was the Dipshit guy. Callum, that's Callum's Pokemon. That's not mine. I still have all of mine. No deaths yet. No deaths yet. I thought that was trim for a second. I had a heart attack. Do you want Jake and Garcia to be like Dagdar or Shale, but without Call of the Armor bows? I mean, Shale never fails. Anyone who's seen my Call of the Armor 0% growth playthrough knows how I feel about Shale. Shale's awesome. Who would win, Doga or Arden? Probably Doga. Probably Doga. This is X and Y, so probably no deaths by the end of the run. You missed it, I believe, at the beginning when I talked about this. But everyone who dunks on X and Y for being easy, I don't want nobility. I want to be a commoner. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm not a baroness. Get the fuck out of here, you snotty totties. Everyone who dunks on X and Y for being easy, first off, yeah, it's easy. It's Pokemon. Pokemon's an easy series. But, reality check, Ruby and Sapphire are the same difficulty as X and Y. And the same goes for Diamond and Pearl. I think that the main reason why people, associate Kalos with being easier is there was no Pokemon Z. Like, the third version, it cranks the difficulty up, not even a lot, just like a little. AFAB, even forward. I'm not a cop. I got out of there as soon as I could. They forcibly conscripted me. But yeah, I think it's literally just the lack of a third version. Is, I think, where the main, like, difficulty comes in. That, and the fact that, the Elite Four is absolute trash. Which leaves an impression, right? Like, the Elite Four is absolute trash. Diantha's a joke. Maybe Sun and Moon. Okay, so Sun and Moon are difficult without having an extra version. I will give you that. Sun and Moon are definitely difficult without having an extra version. And from my understanding, like, Nuzlockes of Pokemon Scarlet are considered difficult. I've only done a couple of solo runs and a vanilla playthrough, so I don't actually know if, like, Scarlet and Violet are harder or whatever. I don't really like Gen 9, so I probably won't do a Nuzlocke to test that. But for the most part, and especially with early generations, it's the third version that ends up more difficult than this. That is the take. I like the surfing games in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Yes! Yes! The surfing games are awesome! I sunk like 3 hours into them when I first, like, on my first playthrough when I first found them. I just played them for like 3 hours straight. I stopped Pokemon after dropping Let's Go. That's fair. That's fair. It is a franchise that, ironically, fails to evolve. Despite that being the central gimmick. It's been doing the same thing for 30 fucking years. So this is Hendexa! Hendexa has a history on the channel. Well, not on the channel, but in the Marthlocks. Because I had a Vileplume named Hendexa, who was the fucking goat. Hopefully this Hendexa lives up to the reputation. Scarlet can be tough if you stick to the level caps, but EX users make it so you need to rotate teams to stay up the level, and many players don't want to do that, so they overlevel. It's also because on my first playthrough, I didn't know, like, what order to do things. I did a lot of stuff early, just, like, not aware that it was, like, illegal or whatever. Or not illegal, but, like, the wrong order. I did a lot of stuff out of order, is what I'm saying. What is Ducklet even doing right now? But like, I really didn't like those games, so I don't feel encouraged to continue. Do you like the Pokemon MOBA? So I don't really like MOBAs, so I've never played it, but its monetization is, like, aggressive and predatory, so I don't like that aspect of it, at least. Bloop, bloop, bloop. The poison. I love Pikachu. I hope nothing bad happens to her. Look away, look away, look away, look away, look away! Okay, you can look back. Pikachu, went to the store to buy some milk for Joshua. Oh shit, Litleo. Let's get you out of here. Unel. You really hate gacha game? Yeah, I mean, they're designed explicitly to take advantage of people with gambling disorders. And I think that's shit. I don't like ableism. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage. Unil, it might be curtains for you, buddy. Who's the next Pokemon in the box? It's Bulbasaur, right? If I intentionally let Unil die, we get a Bulbasaur, right? Don't at me, but I like heroes. You're allowed to like them. Like, you are not responsible for the shitty decisions made by an evil company. But I refuse to support them. When is Pikachu coming back? Later. Pikachu's actually on its way to your house right now. The way I look at it, right? One day, we will all die. We have a limited amount of time on this earth. And so if something brings you happiness, and you are not personally perpetuating harm, grasp the happiness that you can. Because we all are on a timer. None of us knows how long it is. And we want to make that timer be as much happy time as it can. So if Heroes gives you the happy brain chemicals, play Heroes. Personally, I'm not gonna play it. And fuck you to the people who designed it. But do what makes you happy. Because you did not design it. That's my take on it. I hope that didn't spark existential dread in anyone. I didn't mean to get everyone to start thinking about the fact they'll die one day. But it's something important to keep in mind. whenever we're like overthinking shit, right? Obviously, don't use it as an excuse to do like shitty stuff, right? Like, it's not a blanket excuse, right? But it is a reason not to like overthink things and to embrace what makes you happy. Danny, I like Alphonse. Well, then play with Alphonse. If it makes you happy, I'm not here to tell you that your happiness is wrong. Embrace what makes you happy. If Alphonse makes you happy, then use Alphonse. Right now, killing Pidgey is what makes me happy. Embrace Pikachu? Embrace Pikachu. Embrace Pikachu. Static will proc, but maybe it'll give you the jolt you need. You are not responsible for the evil decisions of a corporation outside of our control. And, like, there's only so much that voting with your dollar does, right? You gotta decide what you're comfortable with. You gotta decide what you're comfortable with because none of our hands are clean. You know? I shop at Walmart. I order shit on Amazon. None of our hands are clean. And it's nobody's job to tell you what you should or should not. Yeah. Like, obviously there's, like, you know, limits and shit, right? There's limits and shit, like I said, it's all about deciding what you're comfortable with. Like, if the money from a game's sales are going towards, like, Nazi stuff or whatever, then, you know, maybe skip that one. But, like, you know, it's all about figuring out what we're okay with. Probably okay with deleting Worry Seed. Or just toss a coin like Joshua. We all saw what happened to Joshua. I think we learned what happens when you toss coins. Although, so, I will say this. There's a lot of, like, really weird attitudes in the Fire Emblem community about gambling that's, like, kind of really uncomfortable. Because, like, it's important to remember gambling is an addiction, right? It's not a moral failing to have an addiction. Holy shit, we got Axu! Do a Dexa! Do a Dexa! Oh, this is awesome. Oh, this is awesome. Well, this is epic. Do a Dexa the Axe Fighter. But yeah, like, the Joshua video got a lot of comments about people, and the Makalov poll did a similar thing too, where, like, a bunch of people came out of the woodworks to be like, people who like gambling deserve to die. And I'm just like, holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? Fire Emblem is always about gambling because of RNG. Yeah, and the other thing I want to know how many of the people who are, like, really angry at, like, Makalov and Joshua for liking gambling. I want to know how many of them play fucking Fire Emblem Heroes. Because that is a game that has gambling with real-world money. Like glass houses, folks. People judging Makalov more than they judge the races is weird. Not only that, but, like, people going out of the way on the Makalov poll to say, like, Makalov is horrible, even compared to racists. Like, just people deciding to bring up racism in their weird, like, anti-gambling spree. I don't know. I feel that whole ordeal has inspired me to start working on a video about how Tellius handles racism. Because I do think it handles it very poorly. But I think it handles it poorly in an interesting way. I think it fails in a way that is much more interesting than, like, Andron Saga, right? Which is just a white supremacist game. Interesting, I didn't realize gambling was such a hot button issue. I understand theory about it being used against us, but seeing it as a moral failing. Yeah, so the idea is, and I think partially it's because, like, oftentimes characters who are, like, in Fire Emblem, a lot of the characters who are associated with gambling are also portrayed as, like, having other vices, right? Well, and even just referring to gambling as a vice is not accurate, right? Or at least, like, whether it's accurate or not, it's blaming someone for a disease that they have. Oh! You're level 19. Alright, I guess we send Marth out? Leech Seed his ass? Because, like, addiction is a disease, right? Yeah, Dragon Rage. That is the thing to be scary about as well. I don't know if this one has it. I know they get it around, like, the wild ones have it, right? The wilds ones have it. So I need to always make sure it's someone who has 40 or more HP who's out. Which is why we're doing Leech Seed strats. Then we go Bite. Assurance, okay. That was a crit. Okay, we gotta switch, Pendo! One of the trainers has one, maybe it's Bagon. Oh, 07 Pendo! Not that big a deal, TBH. Not that big a deal, TBH. Like, we just gotta be okay with it. We just gotta be okay with it. Dragon Rage, there it is, there it is, there it is. Okay, Quattro. But yeah, obviously, like, with Makalov, it gets a little bit more complicated, the gambling thing. Because, like, Makalov does do scummy things. Makalov does do morally objectionable things, and they are motivated by his addiction. But that is the thing that, like, addiction often drives people to, right? And you can, and I do, dislike things like Makalov scamming people, right? I don't like Makalov. As a person, at the very least. Whether or not I like him as a character sort of goes back and forth, because I do think there's, like, some interesting stuff with him. But, one, the game really wants you to dislike him, which it succeeds at for most people, myself included. And the reason it wants you to dislike him is, like, a little bit ableist with the gambling stuff, right? But also, there are parts of him, especially his interactions with Astrid, which, to be fair, like, to be transparent, I think Astrid Makalov is actually a very good pairing. I think it makes logical sense for the two of them to end up together. Because Astrid is naive and thinks that she's consistently portrayed as naive and thinks that she knows more about the world than she does, right? She thinks she's ready for the real world, but she's not. And it's sad that she ends up getting taken advantage of by Makalov. But she's exactly the sort of mark he's been looking for his entire life, right? And so I do think that that makes a lot of sense. However, I also think many of their interactions are written in a very misogynist way. And it makes me uncomfortable. And I also totally understand people for whom, like, that is the deal breaker, right? Where there's, like, now no redeeming factors for this character because of that element. Totally get that, too. I think ultimately he ends up being a far more complicated character than the writers intended, because he was pretty clearly written to be a one-off joke about, haha, gambling isn't that funny, right? But because the writers are misogynist, and because the writers are ableist, they accidentally made him, like, kind of nuanced and interesting, and ultimately, I personally still don't like him. But I think he gets a disproportionate amount of hate, both because of, like, weird ableist stuff about gambling, because he is a character who the game wants you to dislike, right? So, like, that's the other thing, is, like, it's very easy to dislike the character that the game wants you to dislike. That's not. Next up is Hepto, right? Yeah, next up is Hepto. Let's just organize the box quickly. And it must be acknowledged, some amount of the hate is also because he's Mr. Steal Girl. Not everyone who dislikes Makalov dislikes him because they're mad that he hooked up with Astrid. But some number do. Astrid Makalov reminds me of people I know who are very close to me and it can make me upset. Yeah, it is unfortunately a sadly realistic It's a sadly realistic pairing. Incel Makalov haters? I don't want to come off like I'm saying that that's the case for everyone that dislikes him. Like I said, I don't like Makalov, at least as a person. As a character, I think that he's like accidentally a little bit more nuanced. But still not great by any means. But yeah, Tellius is interesting in that it has some great character work and some downright awful character work. I like the Magikarp statue. I want justice for Marcia. Marcia's good in reverse recruitment of Radiant Dawn, which is pretty cool, I guess. A net aquarium? Do you hate Ferdinand because his elitist attitude is annoying? I actually like Ferdinand. I think a lot of as much as I, like, will consistently... I will never stop talking about how Three Houses stories, like, inconsistent writing is what leads to a lot of the fucking discourse and shouting past each other. I think its character work is fucking phenomenal. I think its cast of characters, regardless of whether you like or dislike each character, I think they're all done really well. Great character work, Makalov. Horrible character work, Jill. I think that there are some significant issues in... How do I phrase this? Because I want to be very careful with my wording here. I think there are some significant issues and oversights in the way that Jill is written that betray unconscious biases of some of the writers. However, I also think that many aspects of her characterization are rare and realistic portrayals of a teenager, because she is supposed to be 16, canonically. Even though she doesn't look like it, she is supposed to be 16, canonically. Of a teenager who's raised in a hateful environment and had a lot of hateful things internalized, realizing that the world she's been taught is a lie. And how we come away from that is complicated. Because the story hand waves her participation in what is essentially lynch mobs. And I don't think we should be okay with that. At the same time, I do think a lot of what the way she reacts and the way that she is shown to be ignorant, again, as a child raised in a hateful environment, has far more thought put into it than I would expect from an optional side character. She goes on an entire ass arc both in the main story and in her supports. And while, for example, I don't like how, on the surface, Path of Radiance portrays Leth and Jill as being two sides of the same coin, because they're not. In the support between Jill and Leth, before it absolutely drops the bag in the A support, which it does, in the B support, Leth has an opportunity to yell at Jill about how... Because I think Jill says something about, like, oh, I wasn't thinking, or I didn't understand. And Leth goes off on her about how, like, yeah, you don't understand history. That's the problem, and it's also not my responsibility. And your ignorance is not an excuse. But then they kind of really undercut that, because then the A support is about how Leth is sorry that Jill is sad that her fascist dad died. And, like, as someone who has parents who believe in fucking blood purity, I understand that there can be complex relationships with hateful people that you were raised around and are related to, but at the same time, presenting that through the lens of, like, Leth should not have to be the person to comfort Jill in grappling with that those complicated feelings. Leth deserves better. Absolutely. Leth deserves better. That's why I don't like the ship. I know that's a fairly popular ship, but it makes me really uncomfortable. Because it's presented as the two of them learning to overcome hate. But Leth didn't hate. Leth didn't hate. Leth was rightfully conscious in self-defense. That's not hatred. That's not funny. That's not funny, Audrey. Those sorts of jokes are not funny. I think the TM is down this hallway. The fact that Kai'Sa felt that they needed to apologize after Shannon. Yeah, Tellius writing, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating, and it makes it so that, like, talking about the few instances in which it accidentally has something, like, to say is just, like, super uncomfortable. The way that, like, the Fire Emblem community praises those games as some sort of, like, super anti-racist, triumph or whatever. Oh, I think this is the wrong way. I think this is the exit? I think I got turned around. Yeah, I got turned around. Whoopsie doopsie. This cave is, like, really obnoxious to navigate. Alright, so now we're on to the Team Flare arc. I think Zestu's probably a good opener. I should probably give Hepto, some candy. We're just like full-on Leech Seed team, aren't we? I think we're just like full-on Leech Seed team. If I could kill Quattro off during this segment, that would kind of be awesome. I think I'm gonna try to kill Quattro off during the mandatory, there's a mandatory double battle. I think I'm gonna try to kill Quattro off during the double battle. Cause, like, he's not good into the rock gym. It's hard to do anti-racism when you're using literal different species. Yeah, that's, like, where the problem begins, but unfortunately it's not where it ends. Animal racism is never going to be good. Animal racism is never going to be good. But Tellius continues to find, like, extra ways to make it worse. Tellius is Zootopia. As bad as Tellius is, well, I was gonna say it's not as bad as Zootopia, but Zootopia doesn't have blackface in it, so... Yeah, Tellius is probably worse than Zootopia, TBH. God, Devdon is like... They really did that, didn't they? They really thought that was okay. In the year 2004. Like, I think the way we look at old media, right? I think the way we look at old media does, to a degree, have to be influenced by when it was made. And that's not to say, like, OMG, you can't say it's racist because it was made in 1990, or in 1972 or whatever, right? No. But it does mean that, like, the past is a foreign country, right? It's a saying for a reason. And I think that when looking at older media, that's something... Fuck. Okay, switch to Quattro. It's a thing to keep in mind. But 2004 was not a point at which blackface was considered fucking acceptable. We need the Tellius abortion comic now. Oh my god, the Zootopia comic. Alright, what if we slurp a derp? That's gonna have to be enough, Quattro. You're gonna have to survive on that shit, aren't you? I also think, like, we gotta be able We gotta be able to have complicated relationships with media, right? I am working on a much more ambitious video. I'm hoping to have it come out like the end of the year, but realistically it's probably early next year. But it's about how we engage. Emblem engage. It's about how we engage with media that was made by, like, objectionable people. I'm trying to avoid using the phrase bad people, because I don't think that people are inherently good or bad. We live a crit here. We live a crit here. But stuff like, oh damn, so you're really setting up on me. You're really setting up on me. Okay, Backlund, I need your help, buddy. Yeah, HP Lovecraft. And, like, ultimately, part of the point, part of what I conclude, right? Part of how I feel about it is there isn't a hard and fast rule, and everyone's gotta set their own limits, but also there's gotta be limits. Especially because, like, you're not immune to propaganda. Engaging with media that has problematic elements runs the risk of internalizing them. And it always will. Even when you are consciously aware of the issues with it, right? And you just gotta be wary of that. I actually haven't read much H.P. Lovecraft, so that's probably not gonna get brought up in the video, except for maybe in passing. But, like, I mean, it's mostly gonna be about video games, because ultimately that is what this channel is about, for better or for worse. This is the double battle? Yeah, okay. Let's... Harry Potter kids need to deconstruct something that meant a lot to me. Yeah, like, I'm not saying it's easy, right? It's called work for a reason. Like, people use the phrase, like, you gotta put in the work. It's called work for a reason. And, like, I don't care for Harry Potter. But I frequently see, like, a dismissive attitude about, like, I think that, like, it's valid to say, okay, well, I guess Quattro wins. I think it's valid to say something like, one of the things that I had to say to one of my friends, right, is, like, it's hurtful that you continuously communicate to me that, like, your nostalgia for this book series is more important to you than I am. But, and, like, I think that's a real thing, right? Like, I think that's a valid thing to say. I mean, obviously I do, I said it. But at the same time, like, I've made some posts about J.K. Rowling, and I consistently get some number of comments from presumably well-meaning people who will say something to the degree of, like, I think Jaw's what we want, Jaw's better. Who will say something to the degree of, like, I'm glad I bullied Harry Potter kids in high school, or, like, you know, Harry Potter kids and their dog shit books, like, imagine enjoying that, right? And to me, that's a very different sentiment than, like, hey, you know, this thing has really anti-Semitic elements that you probably didn't see as a kid. The author is openly misogynist, openly racist, openly anti-Semitic, openly transphobic, and leverages her wealth and power to push those causes. You should not continue to give her a platform and power, right? I think it's a very different sentiment than, like, I'm gonna bully you for enjoying something. Because it's like what I said with Heroes, right? We will all die one day. It's not my place to tell you this thing you enjoy is stupid. But it is my place to say furthering the platform in which this creator has in the cultural zeitgeist by pushing this thing as, like, normal and okay makes spaces less comfortable for trans folks and Jewish folks especially, but all manner of marginalized folks. And you should really work on not doing that, right? Finding something else for that. Do I not get to nickname him? Oh, that's some horse shit. That was gonna be lame. L-A-I-M. I'm pretty sure. Make sure. So right on is lame. So this is awful. A-U-F-F-L-E. But it wouldn't let me. A lot of the anti-black racism gets overlooked in Harry Potter a ton for some reason, even though it's super prevalent. It's because a lot of the people who, like, are the most vocal in, like, sort of online spaces and leftist spaces and stuff are young white people. Who have fucking blind spots, especially around anti-black racism. And I'm not saying that to excuse it, by the way. I think that's bad, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed within those spaces. And that, like, that absolutely is a problem. And thank you for observing it and pointing it out. I think that's valuable. Being a Gaiman fan has not been fun recently. That's another one where it's like, that's another, like, wiggle in it, right? Because it's like, with Harry Potter, the stories themselves contain a lot of the bigotry. And as such, it becomes, like, super... It becomes, like, almost impossible to separate. Maybe a knockoff. Neil Gaiman proposes and espouses some very good values in his books. However, for those who are not aware, there's a large number, an increasingly large, like they're growing. There have been, I think, 2 rounds so far, but like I don't doubt there will be more. Sexual allegations against him, right? So we had awful, we're on looser now. Are there black characters in Harry Potter? There's one named Seamus Black, because J.K. Rowling's naming conventions for non-white characters are, racist. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there a character who was black in the earlier books, but became white when she got a more prominent role in the story? Or was that just in the movies? I thought there was a girl who was initially described as black, but then became described as white. It was an open secret in the industry for years. Unfortunately, that doesn't surprise me. Like, sadly, that doesn't surprise me. Such things often are. Yeah, like that's flashbacks to Weinstein, right? This is depressing. I did not mean to, like, God, this stream, the existential dread and racism and sexism and sexual harassment stream. One of the streams of all time. Gotta be. Kingsley Shacklebolt? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit! That's almost as bad as Cho Chang. I say almost as bad. There's no comparison between them. Like, that's a language I'm trying to move out of. Comparing harms does not help anyone. Kingsley Shacklebolt is fucking disgusting. Cho Chang is fucking disgusting. They can both be fucking disgusting, and our inclination should not be to compare them. So that's my mistake. And I own that. I own that. That's me. That's on me. But yeah, that's disgusting. Sorry, Grotto, you joined at an interesting time. This is a stream that is currently labeled as Fire Emblem, where I am playing Pokemon, and we are discussing the fact that all of us will die, and also Harry Potter, and, like, the racism in it. So, welcome to the stream. This is one of the streams of all time. What did I come in on? Yeah, that's certainly an introduction. Certainly an introduction. So this is Fire Emblem, the Sacred Stones. They change actors for the side characters in the movies. That's probably what I'm thinking of. We spent the last 20 minutes discussing racism in the media. Yeah. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. This is Fire Emblem, which is also this chapter, by the way. Is the Name Raider in this town? Do I get to rename Tyrant? Yeah, should we put Pikachu on the FE Pro Tag tier list? Pikachu went to go get milk. Pikachu's heading to go give Eden a hug, TBH. I think we gotta go to the hotel. Because we can get sleep talk there. Pikachu's the Ford archetype. I can't believe the game wouldn't let me rename Tyrant. That's kind of weird. I think it's just because it goes directly to the PC, but that's still cringe. Had the blinders on for years just to seem stupid to overlook. Yeah, so the thing is, right? We are all, like, I know it's a fucking meme, but it is true. We are raised in a society, and that society enforces certain values upon us, and instills certain things as normal and other things as not normal, right? And that's not to say that you're not responsible for any harms committed due to ignorance. But at the same time, especially when it comes to something like just not realizing a work of media was problematic, hashtag problematic, right? You do have to go on living. There is no other good option. You do have to go on living. And in order to go on living, you have to be able to forgive yourself. Because it is not feasible to beat oneself up, especially about something like just not realizing when you were younger elements of a story that you enjoyed were racist or sexist or whatever, right? And that's not to say also that, like, it erases any sort of harm that came from that, right? The value of beating yourself up when you didn't know better over a child wasn't too late. Yeah, and like there's obviously, you know, it can be a trap, right? At the same time, it can be a trap for sort of like excusing culpability, right? There's a difference between forgiving yourself and pretending there was never an issue. And I think it's important to acknowledge the ways in which, even out of ignorance, one can cause harm. I'll just give a fucking example from my life. Like, my high school, I went to, like, a rich kid's high school because I am a child of immense wealth, disgustingly so. I am no longer associated with them, so do not feel guilty. If you are a Patreon, please don't unsubscribe. We do actually need the money. I don't live on daddy's paycheck anymore. But, oh damn. Wait, that's way less damage than I thought it would be. Wait! Quattro! I wanted you to die, but not like this. But I went to a rich kid's school, right? And because rich kids are pieces of shit, there was a pecking order in terms of the people who were made fun of. And as an obviously neurodivergent person, I was like third in line. But there were two people who were lower on the pecking order than me, and I never understood why. They were the go-to, or, you know, I do now. But at the time, I was just like, oh, like, thank God, these are the people who get made fun of. And it was the one East Asian kid and the one black kid. And, like, gee, I fucking wonder why, right? Like, it's really obvious in retrospect. And I feel guilty for making fun of them, because it was obviously racially motivated. But at the same time, you gotta be able to live with yourself. And, like, it's not like I used, like, racial slurs or anything. But acknowledging the ways in which one's ignorance contributes to the harm of those marginalized either more or differently than you is an important part of being an adult and living with yourself. And yeah, dogpiling on those children was definitely, like, contributed to their racial marginalization. Regardless of whether I knew it was or not. And, it's not okay. I'm not beating myself up, I'm just introspective. It's important to work on improving in the future, but not dwelling in the past. Some reflection is needed. I couldn't have put it better myself, Herman. I couldn't have put it better myself. I think that is a very good capstone to the conversation. If any of y'all are interested in, similar conversations, right? With that sort of, around that sort of idea, might I recommend the YouTube video? What's the title? It's Unpacking Homophobia in the Caribbean, Including My Own, by Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. And it's about exactly what the title sounds like, right? Very good video. Very good video. I haven't watched all of it, but I can say that his content is very good. And does generally get into, like, nuanced dives into complicated and difficult conversations. And yeah, just from the title, like, it's what it sounds like on the tin. Also, if you're a fan of his, right? Shifting gears into something funnier and more positive, anyone who has a Nebula subscription, I would recommend the TV series. It's on Nebula. It's only 5 episodes long. It's called The Getaway. It is a reality show where contestants are going on a road trip. They have to complete tasks, and one of them is a snitch who's, like, trying to get money into the snitch stash. And so they have to determine who's the snitch and vote them out, right? And at the end, if they voted out the correct person, then they get all the money that's not in the snitch stash. But if they don't, if the person who's left is the snitch gets all the money that went to the snitch stash. So whoever's the snitch has to, like, manage remaining stealth so they don't get voted out, but also wants to move money into the snitch stash without being noticed. So it makes for kind of a cool setup. But the twist is that every single member is a snitch, and none of them know that anyone else is a snitch. They all think they're the only one. So everyone is trying to deceive other people while actually, like, there's no one for them to deceive, right? But anyway, he was one of the contestants on there. Foreign Man. He was because all the contestants were YouTubers. He was the only one who I watched. So he was the one I was rooting for. But it's really good. And like there's so much like meta stuff, right? Because like all of them are like trying to mind game and convince people like, "Oh, vote this person out because they're the snitch." But then actually they're working against themselves because the more guilty they make someone else look, the more other people don't want to vote for this someone else that looks guilty, because as long as someone who looks guiltier than them is in, they're safe, right? So it's like, it's so good. Like, all the mind games are so good. Alright, I think we... So this fucking, this Amora can actually be really difficult. Because it's got Glaciate and Takedown. So it's like, it hits real hard. And the fact that 2 of my Pokemon are grass types and 2 of my Pokemon are flying types does not bode well. So we're gonna have to hope that Zestu does enough here. Do you like Digimon? No, not really. Sorry. Oh shit, we got Thunder Waved. This could be an issue. This could be an issue. Aurora Beam. Paralyzed. I haven't watched any Digimon. Maybe I would like it if I watched it, but I haven't watched it because I'm cringe like that. Okay, Amora down. Amora down. I do think now we switch into Quattro. I think we sacrifice Quattro. Okay, next gym is fighting type, so we actually might want the flyers. So yeah, I think we switch to Hepto. Have Hepto fire off a Leech Seed. I haven't watched it, I just like the toys. Some of those designs are really cute, so I'll give it that. Cute. There's some cute critters. There's some cute critters. Okay, we got a Leech Seed off. We got a Leech Seed off. I think we can stall him out now. Synthesis. What about Synthotrans? You've heard of Synthesis, but what about Synthotrans? Oh shit. Our speed's down. I think we just spam Synthesis. Oh, we just flinched. That's not good. I think we go to Dua now. Imagine if there was a Pokemon and he's just a guy wearing a suit. Is that what Digimon is like? Fuck! Oh shit, that was a crit too. I think it's time for Dua to 07. Everyone in chat say 07 Dua. She's gonna try to smash some rocks, but she's not going to, it's not gonna be enough. 07 Dua! Tyrant has no chill. Oh shit, Hyper Potion. That's okay, we got this, we got this. I think we got this. Whatcha? Slow down. Quilladin is tanky? Yeah, he's an Armor Knight archetype. The Doga archetype. Marth the Armor Knight. We just... Okay, I think he dies to Leech Seed Ship here. Yes, okay. Blood for the Blood God. Blood for the Blood God. Okay. Let's go bury our dead. And while I'm doing that, I'm gonna talk about what we're doing next, stream-wise, because the Marth block was just sort of like to fill time after I lost the Iron Man, because I didn't expect to lose the Iron Man so early in the stream. So I will not be streaming this Marth block next Wednesday. I might stream it in the future. It might just be like this is what I pull up when I need something to kill time. However, we are going to be streaming some Pokemon content. Have you played Poke Emblem? One of the oldest videos on this channel is actually about Poke Emblem. It's not a very good video. Don't look for it. Or do. So you can, like... Well, I was gonna say laugh at me, but I think the more charitable thing for me to say is you can observe how I have grown as a creator. Yeah, I'll go with that one. But I'm not going to be playing Poke Emblem. I am going to be playing a Pokemon-based ROM hack, though. And that is Pokemon Obsidian Emerald. This was voted on by my patrons. Because I am kind of burned out on Fire Emblem. You know, I'm still playing some stuff. I'm doing Fates on Sundays. That's incredibly fun. Common Fates W. When you're burned out on Fire Emblem, play Fates, right? Because Fates is awesome. So I'm going to be playing Pokemon Obsidian Emerald. If you haven't heard of it, it is a Pokemon ROM hack. All doubles. Based on the VGC format. It's not designed for Nuzlocking, although some people do Nuzlock it. Personally, I will not be Nuzlocking it. Maybe in the future, but probably not. I think it's probably too hard for someone of my skill level to Nuzlocke. But it's a ROM hack focused around double battles based on VGC. It is a difficulty hack. It is difficult. It's got features like gauntlets, which are like a series of trainers you have to fight in a row, kind of like the Windstropes in Emerald. And, I'm excited for it. I've had my eye on it for a while. I didn't vote. When was it? I want to say like 2 weeks ago? It was right before I started the Thraica Iron Man. So it was like a week and a half ago. I can pull it up real quick. I can give you an exact date. It is... Sorry, I'm just scrolling. Well, I'm glad I didn't stream this because I forgot one of the benefits was tit pictures, and I would have shown one of those on camera by accident. July 31st, Pokemon stream. I'm getting slightly burnt out on Fire Emblem. which is why I've been testing non-FE streams. The egglog was a success, and I'm planning to do another one later as a result. But with it ending soonish, I want to keep the Poke Train going. Which of these ideas sound coolest to you? And it was a bunch of different ROM hacks. So, Nuzlocke of every game, a wheel randomly determines which game you play at each death. Pokemon Obsidian Emerald, all doubles ROM hack with focus on VUC. Pokemon Unova Red, it's Generation 1, but the Dex is Generation 5. Emerald Trash Lock, it is a Gen 3 Nuzlocke with exclusively bad Pokemon. Pokemon Mythic Silver, a post-apocalyptic hack with a focus on legendaries and pseudos. And Pokemon Crystal Legacy, the perfect Generation 2 ROM hack. And an Obsidian Emerald run. And if I'm being honest, that's the one I wanted to do the most as well. I wouldn't have put an option on there if I didn't want to do it, but Obsidian Emerald definitely looked the best out of all of the ones that I had. So I'm kind of happy it won. If you're happy it won and you want to see it, tune in on Wednesday. I'll have the World Champ difference.